All right, so hi finalists. So the seating is according to your sequence. So you see a chair there. So whenever the presenter is up, the next one you can go over to sit at the chair over there because we need to mic you up. And then if you have a model, then you can put your model on the table. I think there. That table, that long table. Okay, so then we know it's your next model and then we put it up for you on the table, okay? All right, so in a few minutes maybe, actually, we can start officially. Oh, we can start now. Okay, great. 2 minutes. Okay, in 2 minutes, we will start. So do silent your phones first in case. And then, yeah, good luck to everybody, okay? Sawadee-ka and hello to everyone in this room. And also, we have audiences on YouTube. So, hi everyone. Welcome to the AYDA 2025-2026 Interior Design Presentation Showcase. Welcome, everybody. So this is where interior design students from 15 countries and regions will be competing for the prestigious title of Designer of the Year. The winner will earn a place in the Design Discovery Program at Harvard University's Graduate School of Design in Boston, USA, worth up to $10,000. I'm Melody, and I'm a representative from Nippon Paint, the organizer and sole sponsor of the AYDA Awards. Since 2008, The AYDA Awards has been part of Nippon Paint's CSR program to nurture young designers globally, ensuring that everyone, regardless of background or financial circumstances, has the opportunity to showcase their designs to a global audience. None of this would be possible without the support of our incredible judges here today. And I'll be introducing them in alphabetical order. So we have Ivy Almario, from a co-founder of Atelier Almario. We also have Matthew Lim, who is the Fina Labib, who is the urban designer and placemaker of Village Well. Also, 27 judges here today, they have dedicated countless of hours over the past 2 years to the development of the 2025-2026 AYDA Awards. So thank you, judges, for your passion and commitment towards making this possible for young designers around the world. So today, the stars of the show are our AYDA finalists, who have poured, literally, some of you, your blood, sweat, and tears for close to 2 years into chasing your dreams of showcasing your designs on this platform. So dear finalists, you have all come a long way, and today is your moment to shine. So channel all your nervous energy and butterflies into delivering your best presentation. All right, so now we're gonna have some housekeeping announcements. Please ensure that your phones are set to silent mode so as not to disrupt the presentation today. Each finalist will be given 15 minutes for their presentation, followed by 5 minutes for the Q&A session. The timer will begin only when the slides are started and then when they greet the judges, okay? The first bell will ring 1 time when they've reached the 12-minute mark. The second bell will ring twice when you reach the 15-minute mark. Now, that means every presenter would have a total of 20 minutes, okay? So every minute beyond the allocated 15 minutes presentation slot, the Q&A duration will be shortened accordingly to compensate for the overtime. Therefore, if the presentation is over 20 minutes, 1% will be deducted from the total score for every minute exceeded, okay? So at the 20th minute, there will be 3 bells. Hopefully it's faster than that. Yes, and we will mute the microphone, okay? So we're quite strict with the timing. So if you're still talking or if the judges are still asking questions at the past 20 minutes, we will mute the microphone, and then your presentation will end immediately. Now, if there is any technical issues, the timekeeper, they will pause the timer, so don't worry about that, okay? All right, so headsets. Not every presenter would need a translator, so I will let you know when to put on your headsets. So for the first presenter today, you will not need to at the moment, okay? All right, so I think the serious part is done. Let's get to the fun part, the presentations. So timekeeper, please be on standby. Judges, have your pencils, pens, score sheets ready. All good? All right. Now, I would like to call upon our very first presenter today, Miss Liu Zian, with her project title, Sports to Horizon. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Respected judges and guests, I'm the first finalist of the interior design category. I'm Liu Zian from Taiwan. I'm super excited and really thankful for this chance to share my design to you today. So let's get started. My project is called 环视境界. Chinese is a poetic language. Each of these Chinese words has deep connections to my design, but let me break it down for you. 环 is environment, 视 is awareness, 境 is pathway, 界 is word. 环视境界 means that we understand our environment to fully immerse with it. waking our awareness through the design pathway, and discovering a whole new world. I separate my context into 7 parts. To start with a design concept, I want to ask the judges about what is your favorite sport? Yes, favorite sport. Climbing. Oh, okay. I want to share with you. To me, I like running the most. I just ran a 21-kilometer marathon this year. Yes. So we all know how important sports are to our lives. Sports connect our body, soul, and mind across culture and generations. We choose running, the purest exercise. Our mission is to harness the spirit of never giving up and applying it to our day-to-day lives. So, our concept is infinity, where we want to forge a future workspace driven by the undefeatable running spirit. So we mixed global sport culture and activity-based working. We want a space that is more than just work, where passion and energy can also be part of this. Starting from our local tech hub, expanding to Asian, rooting sport culture to everyone's lives. This is our brand rationale. Nike was chosen for its Just Do It attitude. We plan to leverage multi-zero mission in recycling and upcycling to reduce waste in shoes production. Next, I will introduce the activity-based working. Work is what you do, not where you go. We use flexible working spaces to replace fixed desks, turning the office into a dynamic environment. Next, let's look at the site analysis. Neihu take a knowledge park in Taiwan to bring this runner spirit to life in future workspace. Why choose this site? It is a high-density tech hub. With MRT passing, life is busy. I want to ask everyone, raise your hand if you sit in front of desk more than 6 to 8 hours a day. Yes, I'm sure we are all familiar with the Asian office paradigm. The problems about long working hours, exclusive sitting, fixed workstations, and everyone's are legs of exercise. So, to fix these problems, our solutions is to cross-combine global sport culture with ABW working. Our workspace should be more than just a place for daily tasks. It can also act as powerhouse to propel world sport culture forward into our routine. Now, let's dive into our design evolutions. Starting with the spatial concept. The running spirit with runner dash forward and receiving support along the track, creating continuous forward momentum. Next, this running path extends into a space that structures both onward and upward. Finally, it creates an infinity loop of kinetic energy within an inverting space of ground and ceiling. We extract iconic elements from the sport field, platforms, and the batches. These platforms and the batches, and integrate them into our design, transforming the platform and the benches to reception desks and dynamic sitting areas. In addition, we have spatial design. Let me introduce our floor plan. Okay. As we walk in from the entrance, the tracks run straight through the middles. And on the other side is leadership's office. This is leadership's office. And the other is the employee's zone. Permanently tracks connect each work area, make everyone in the office feel the dynamic energies. Area 2 and 3 are the for fixed desks. 4 and 5 are flexible workspace. Employee can freely switch between work mode and the flexible workspace. You can do your office work in fixed workstation, sharing your ideas with other employees in the creative studio, and meeting with the leadership in the collaborative commons. Flow lighting plan. For the lighting plan, we use AI to control LED strips under the chair and the desk. By doing this, the light made everything look like it is floating above the floor, creating a running feeling, echoing the concept in inversion. For the ceiling, the main track is turned upward and the lower lighting. This creates a similar loop, perfectly reflects the dynamic relations between the roundness and the support. Plus, the spatial learning analysis. Our spatial learning is divided into 6 parts. Okay. The primary track serves as the core of the entire space. By evaluating the platform, it symbolizes the roundness spirit and the infinity loop of energy. The chat branch represents the workstation. Here, employees act as support, feeding their energy back into the primary chat and driving the brand forward constantly. Step seating. We transport studio branch into seat, creating a space where employees guarantee and spark new ideas. Floating balloons. All of these offices are suspending from the ceiling, showing how the energy is turned from the main track vertical into the space. For the grid ceiling, the liner element is turned from the primary track. This is not only symbolize the flow of energy, but also function as a lighting. Finally, we have the track ceiling. The concept is a sprawl studio upside down. Moving to the spatial perspective. Inspired by the infinity loop of the rounding track, we designed for modular furniture units that can be easily combined and used in collaborative hub to bring teammates together and boost collaboration. This shoe-shaped light is inspired by the upside-down inversion of the rounding concept. We use it in the premier check, where employee works on track, it guides them forward, direct to focus, and follow their days. At the main reception, the AI experience zone inviting guests to embark on journey of sustainability. Visitors can interact with the process to create concept shoes. We take all shoes, break them down into recycled materials, and use AI to generate the concept. After we refine the prototype, we bring it to the live to 3D printing. The feature meeting room. We have integrated Nike's signature sports, board games, and yoga with modular furniture to create a flexible meeting room. Employees can relax on both mat or lean yoga hammock, turning an everyday meeting into a fun, dynamic experience. Plus, these guest walls are powered by smart AI. When teams need privacy for the discussion, the guest turns blurry and blocks out all the noise. Reception and waiting areas. We show the reversing studio concept. We want clients to feel the roundness spirits at the moment they step in. To the right of the entrance, this is to the right of the entrance. There is a waiting area and shows the concept of shoes. On the left, we place the interactive AI screen. More importantly, the materials and colors. We choose vibrant orange, green, and white from Nippon Paint, and use a clear coat and protect the natural wood. The colors of our furniture fabric echoes these paint choices to fill the office with energy. We also combine this polygood polyglot plastic. We hope that this runner spirit office is dismantled in the future. Every part can be fully recycled. Last but not least, let's enjoy the special animation. The voice. Imagine standing on the track, sprinting toward your goals as the crowd cheers you on. We believe that if you have a body, you are an authority. To capture that energy, we designed this office around the infinity looping running track. We want every employee to feel that running spirit the moment they walk in. Ready to charge forward. Here, teammates act as both athletes and support squads, pushing each other to take a brand new height. We integrate sustainable concept into our design to echo Nike's move to zero vision for zero carbon and zero waste. We set out an experience area. Here, every client can experience how we recycle old shoes and work with AI to design their own custom concept shoe. Moving deeper into the office, you will find a main conference room, an inviting pantry, and this uniquely themed meeting space. First is an area yoga studio, a bold net room, a flexible modular furniture hub. Ultimately, we want this boundless space to bring the timeless spirit of the runner with the future of work. By breaking down the barriers of the region, gender, race, and border, we aim to continuously push the limits of global sport culture and sustainability. Let's keep that inner drive moving forward into the future. All right, let's wrap out my presentation on the 环视境界. Thanks so much for listening, and thanks so much for all the time and dedication. I'm very appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Zhe-An. Wow, okay. So now it's a Q&A session. We have a translator with us. Judges, do you have any questions? Yes, Sarifa, yes.
如果你能听懂的话，你就能需要翻译就我来翻。
First of all, congratulations on your presentation. We can see that you've put a lot of work into it. Can you explain more about materiality? If you could highlight if you've used the recycled material in the flooring or furniture or any features in your design?
Okay.
首先祝贺你这一个非常精彩的报告整个的设计的话，因为都看完了，那么现在的话，能不能深度的解释一下您在使用的一些材料方面，特别是涉及到一些可再生利用的一些材料？
It's in a ceiling, but it's in a it's not in showing model. But ceiling is we show the running, so the grass nature, so we feel flexible in this place. The next is plastic. It's a recycled plastic used in the studio. The maybe this structure is used is the yes. This one. This is on the texture. It's not in the structure. This structure and the texture. So it is a recycled texture. Yes, and the next is a fabric. Fabric is used in maybe in we sit the this modular furniture. Yes, so this is, and recycled wood in the floor. Yes, so this is my texture. Yes, so.
Anything recycled from the shoes?
Recycled from the shoe is, this is our, we collaborating the. So,
Maybe you can speak in your language and any recycled material from the Nike shoes that you mentioned.
有一些可再生、可循环利用的一些材料。鞋子。
我们用鞋子主要是我们透过这个场域，然后去让就是分解这个鞋子，就是鞋子不是主要用来就是室内的材料，是我们做这个办公室，然后去让就是这个品牌，就是让这个鞋子可以透过这个办公场域，然后去做回收，因为它是一个品牌的精神，我们把它加进去，就是我们这是一个永续的场域，所以我们利用鞋子也是做永续的，然后去让这个整个办公室是一个永续的循环。
We only consider the material used to build this area, but we don't consider the material for Nike shoes. So we just utilize the spirit of this brand because we want this sports area sustainable. So we utilize the spirit of Nike is sustainable. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Yes, Shamina? Okay.
Hi, that was a really good presentation. Well done.
Thank you.
I just wanted to quickly ask, is the red track, is it movable in any way? Did you think of making it so that people can sprint on it, maybe during breaks?
No, it is not as the loop. It's
Exactly.
no, it cannot move. It's Tyson. It is fixed.
Yeah, it's a fixed. It's not. It's not
This is
movable.
yes.
It's just a loop.
Look, this is a spirit in the space, not like exercise to. Thank you.
Yeah, Matthew?
All right. Thank you for the presentation. I saw a lot of platform design in your project. So have you considered about the wheelchair access in your spaces, like connecting to all the area? If yes, which part of it shown the wheelchair access in your spaces? Thank you.
就是说，看到您的报告当中有很多的一些平台，那么想了解一下，包括一些座椅啊，就平台的具体的尺寸在你哪方面能够体现出来？在您的这个
Sorry, I think that's not the question. The wheelchair access, 那个
轮椅的
disabled, yes.
这个轮椅的通道有没有这个平台上考虑到这个平台考虑到轮椅这个尺寸？就是
And access the yeah.
就是这轮椅可以推上去，推到这平台上。
对，因为我看到很多裁
残障
接
人他
在你的设计
会需要一。个轮椅。
无障碍，就是无障碍的部分是没有考虑到，因为它本来就是有利用阶梯去，但阶梯是缓的阶梯，所以但没有缓坡，所以要上那个 loop 的话，尺寸是够，可是它需要就是上。对。
We just use there are many steps. We just use the slow slab, and the size of the platform is enough for wheelchair to push on the platform.
But there's no slope. There's steps. Yeah. Right.
1 or 2 steps. Is
Okay.
High is 15 to 15.
Okay.
And
The height is 15 centimeters, something like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Ivy.
No, thank you. So you said it was thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
It was a cross combination of sports and work, and because you love running, it was primarily based on your sport, right? I mean, Nike is I guess every athlete's shoe, but you just chose to expound on running, correct? For this office. It's just a comment.
那么刚才看到关于这个空间的运动方面，刚才你听到了，你喜欢就是跑步，那么你用了耐克这个鞋，那么实际上的话就体现了这些运动，一种，那么你在这里面展示出了这种耐克的一些精神，这运动是不是可以在这里边去使用？
Yeah, it's just a comment, right?
It's just a comment.
Ah, it's just a comment.
Yeah, she espouses Nike as her brand.
Yes. Because running, we think running is the most 年代久远，就是
popular.
popular and is easy to do. Yes,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Okay. All right. Any more questions? Oh yes, one more from the side. Yeah.
I know we're running out of time. Just not a question, but just to wrap up, I think your project shows translation of symbolically from your sport into office design. But I think we wish there was more physical translation, like asking about the moving treadmill or meeting rooms can be treadmills. People can walk and have a meeting. That's all. So yeah, something to think about.
Yeah. 你要反应对 for translate yeah.
那就是说，您是在这里边是一些实体的运动，从运动到空间，那么一些非常好的一些象征。实际上的话，这种结合的话，应该是非常有意义。它只是一个评论。
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So much to Anne. Great job. Thank you. Okay, so our next presenter unfortunately cannot be with us here in this room because he is in military training now. But we do have his recorded presentation. However, there won't be a Q&A session. But judges, if you do have questions, you can type it and WhatsApp it to me, and I'll send it over to him, okay? All right, so let's welcome on screen Adam L. Tantawi with his project title, Industrial Nexus. Okay.
Hello, my name is Adam Tantawi, Interior Design Finalist from Egypt, and today I'll be discussing my project, which is called Industrial Nexus. I've noticed in the past couple of years that there is a sudden recognition in the importance of heritage protection in my country. Buildings with rich history, buildings and known historical attractions such as the Korba, the Ataba, and downtown projects located in Egypt. Not only attempting to revitalize the building, but revitalizing the entire district as well, which could improve many factors in the community. But I also think that we should focus on the other types of buildings, abandoned buildings that once had meaning in the past, such as the industrial buildings during the industrial revolutions. They were once a beacon to their district and a catalyst to their community's urban fabric. How a factory could build an entire town surrounding it. There are many types of these factories, such as red brick factories or phosphate factories or complex sugar refinery factories. And unfortunately, many of them have been abandoned, which led to the surrounding communities to get abandoned as well and has fallen over since its economical and social factors have gone down with its reputation. But in my project, Min al-Basal, which is an industrial heritage located in Alexandria, it's a confined physical remnant of the historical and industrial activities such as craftsmanship and history and technological innovation. In this project, this factory once was a cotton industry factory. It's called Makbas al-Tarikh, which means the pressing units. It's a part of the cotton warehouse and pressing units that has reflected the importance of the cotton industry during its time, because as we know, Egyptians are known for their Egyptian cotton. And nowadays, the district is unfortunately in a cycle of economical stagnation and cultural neglect, with many other factories that have been demolished as well surrounding it. It was once a vibrant hub that had a lot of industrial activities, but now it's underutilized and is at risk of demolition. It is left with a lot of key buildings surrounding it, and a lot of natural aspects such as the Mediterranean Sea and an abandoned canal which is now overtaken by nature and unfortunately some trash. But as we can see from these pictures, it shows great potential in the adaptive use. It sums up how the factory had bold characteristics and the language between these hallways and the large doors, the double heights in the area, the skylights, and the simplistic rustic look of the industrial style in the area. We can see that the surrounding buildings show neglect and a lot of structural damage, such as these graffiti over there. Unfortunately, some of these buildings were already demolished. What was once a canal is now filled with greenery and garbage. But one of the good qualities I've observed in my visit is the engagement of people in an activity they created on their own called Suq al-Qama, which is also known as the Friday market, where people sell old antiques, objects, and forgotten items, such as woodworking, furniture, and many other random stuff. But it's not enough to revitalize the area. It's not enough to solve these current problems. And to summarize the current issue in the area, we have 4 main issues. The historical and cultural neglect, the disengagement of social activities, the underutilization of the space, and the cycle of economical stagnation. And to find a solution for these issues, I've conducted research for similar case studies. The first case study is an industrial building located in Belgium. At first it was abandoned, but now it has been repurposed into a modern and sustainable workspace for tech companies to engage with each other and create a sociable and livable environment. And as we can see from these floor plans, the design is created to create a balance between the private workspace and the communal area in this area, to promote collaboration and social engagement. And the use of the central tropical garden is a strategy to contribute environmental aspects inside the building and to support the adaptability and reduce environmental impact. Now with the second example, which is an abandoned building, industrial factory for ship making, but has been transformed into a vibrant community hub, which features a grand market and an art studios. Its preservation has it has looked into the future and addressed certain issues such as sea levels rising, and they had to lift the entire historical structure up. And to ensure that the issue is tackled based on my finding, I have to find the relation between soil and space in the area, because we have to find balance between what was going on right now and how to rejuvenate what was there in the past. And to get that, we have to understand the context of the building history by reshaping the space and highlighting it. In the same time, setting the past motion and the vision to its current contextual space and to accommodate what is happening right now. A great example of this is the Friday market and its surrounding environmental context. And also another example is the abandoned canal, which I've used as inspiration for my design, and how it could contribute to the environmental aspects inside a building itself. And in my design strategy, I've decided to keep the building's rustic look, but adding the additional greenery inside it to make it transparent to the outside world and make it more inviting for them. These are some concept development sketches trying to find a relation between the canal and the greenery and the market and the entire building language inside the building itself. So overall, the concept of this project is to basically transform the building into a dynamic space, preserving its industrial identity while introducing new factors such as the Friday market, a woodworking shop, exhibitions that talk about the past and the history of this factory. And to an additional factor, I've decided to add a co-working area where people could network with each other and have a space to work in, because I realized that the area itself doesn't have a lot of freedom of work. There's not a lot of places you can hang out there. It's a way to create a social interaction and to increase the engagement, while also it could create job opportunities for the issue of stagnation of the economical factor. And to approach this, I have to find a way to balance between the public engagement with the private functionality as well, ensuring that the building serves as both a historical landmark and a modern hub by integrating greenery and nature into the social spaces. And I truly believe that Makbas al-Tarikh could certainly revitalize the district and be reused as a catalyst for surrounding factories, and it could honor the legacy of the cotton industry in Alexandria. As we can see here, this is the ground floor. I've decided to make it a public zone to blend the indoor and the outdoor itself, the environment, and also integrating indoor and outdoor markets in this area right here to mimic the Friday market, bringing the outside inside the building. You can also see that the ground floor features two atriums. The first atrium, which is called the green atrium, which is a public space, has a green landscape with a ramp for people to socially interact. And the second atrium is for events, spaces such as exhibitions, important talks, events, and many more other. Another feature on the ground floor is the woodworking spaces surrounding the second atrium, where we encourage the youth to socially interact and learn new skills and learn about the cotton presses, how the cotton used to get pressed, how people used to work there. In the second space, in the first floor, we can see that it consists of two spaces as well, which is the rest of the atrium and a forced circulation that has balconies that could face the greenery outside and the market as well, which showcases the history of the building itself to inform people about the importance of the cotton industry during its time and educate people about the cotton industry in Alexandria. As we can see, it has one pathway, and as I mentioned, it could be used to present the exhibitions. It could also be used to exhibit other works while enjoying the exterior view of the building. And heading to the second floor, which has a completely different style and vibe to the previous floor, because as I mentioned, I wanted to integrate a co-working space. So it's designed for that and designed to include it's designed for people to work and social interact with many types of offices and distributions, such as private offices, meeting rooms, executive offices, worker lounges, lounge desk, including a cafeteria and coffee corner to accommodate the people, of course, and to ensure the use of sustainability. In the project, I've integrated the use of skylights for stack ventilation, inspired by the original skylights in the building, and also integrating them to the office spaces to really bring in the environmental factor inside the building itself. This is the section for the second atrium, which is used for the exhibitional stuff. And this is the section for the atrium, the first atrium, the green atrium, which shows the ramp of greenery and the integration of the additional skylight for the stack and ventilation effect. And these are some perspective shots I've made to really rejuvenate how the building could really look by adding the canal, fixing the roads, adding a special facade to the building to bring in the new look for the building itself. This is an elevation that shows the market and its integration with the outside. This is the green atrium with the green atrium which showcases the ramp and how people could interact and use the space for their own good. This is how the market is supposed to look like. We can see the balconies from the first floor overlooking them. It's a concept that shows how the Friday market could be organized rather than being chaotic like the previous pictures I showed. And this is a rendered collage to the long hallway that accommodates the Friday markets. These are some design kiosk design for the markets. I've decided I wanted to make it also translucent, but also give an experience for the user themselves. And I've decided to use the colors here to really honor the rustic and original colors of the building itself, which is mostly red and earthy vibes, while also integrating some cozy feeling to accommodate the people. This is what I would imagine the carpentry workshop to look like. We can see on the right, this is where the atrium would be with the translucent glass. This is a render for what the office meetings would look like in the second floor. We can see that it's more modern and has less of the free open space and greenery, but it still serves its purpose and still has that rustic and brutal look to it. This is also an AI generated image to visualize how the office hallway would look like, to really utilize the long offices in the space. As we can see, the offices on the left and on the right are also translucent, and I wanted to include the mezzanine that's already in the original building as a private office or an executive person office to really make it stand out and make it a unique focal point to the space. And to conclude my presentation and finalize it, I wanted to talk about how Makbas Tarikh is taking the pulse of the silent district and making it beat once again. And it's by finding the delicate balance between people and space, and how we could bridge these both together to close the gap of the historic cotton industry and the living culture of Friday market, because we're trying to bring what's outside inviting and to be able to help to revitalize the space and to help rejuvenate the area itself. It's a way to create a vibrant and self-sustaining engine to the community and bring social engagement and social interaction with the people. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we have 1 minute. Okay. Can you pause it for a bit? Yeah. For judges to give comments or questions, and then he can watch it back and then provide his response. Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is, how much of the original building did you keep for the facade? And how was soil integrated in your concept? Because I saw the greenery and the canal, but I'm just wondering how the soil was integrated in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Shamina. Yes, we've taken it down. Any other comments, questions? Okay, all good? All right, give her another round of applause for, Adam. Thank you so much, thank you. All right, okay. All right, so next we have Sasit Kitty Prasad with his project title, Lost and Found. Give him a round of applause.
ได้ครับอย่าโอเคsomething give you
Okay, Sasit, we have started the timer, okay?
Okay. Bring back what we lost, embrace who we are, and go beyond what we used to be. This is Lost and Found. To raising the standard, restoring dignity, and refining life for human and elephants sustainably. But first of all, let's take a look how elephants mean to us.
What is the elephant to you? Is it just a giant of the wild? Or is it a mirror of our own history? They have been our truest friends. For centuries, they emerged from the misty forests of the north. As our partners and our co-workers, the strongest, were chosen to stand where only the loyal remain. They flew high on our national flag, even through the smoke of World War. Also symbolized their greatness and the honor they carried into battle. And they stand tall today upon the Navy ensign. To our kings, they are the ultimate symbol of divine grace. To the nation, they are a reminder of strength. More than a legend, they are the living, breathing, enduring soul of Thailand.
Hurt him, don't touch him. Make him scream. Becky!
ช็อกเฉียบพลันแต่ไม่อาจช่วยได้ทันหรือเสียชีวิตราวเที่ยงคืนวันนี้
We all see the result, but less people really care about the role that human forced upon them. You can see what human did on the first envelope that I sent you before. Not only was just entertaining, elephant has as hard as office worker. In order to survive, they have to walk along the street to let the come by, let people feed them. The real the role of elephant in nowadays are less important because the machine has taken over from them.
So
What-
sorry, Sasit. We will change the mic for you. We will pause the timer.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
เอาเลย
Natural ventilation and light can enter from the air gap. The stepping back behind allow for maximum sunlight exposure. So this is used
what
for
is this?
drying paper, and sustainable features such as rooftop openings
This is
allow
another
rainwater to be
audio.
collected at the center. This water
Sorry,
can be
guys,
used
this
for
is an
bamboo
overlap
treatment
from the
and
other.
also plant irrigation. Visual connections between interior space, between working and recreation.
Okay. In order to survive, they have to walk on the street to let them go to get an income by let people feed them. And the role of elephant now, they are less important because the machine has taken over from them. But the real value of elephant, just an average for some people. Most domesticated elephant can't go back to a forest by themselves because they grow up beside the human, so they don't know how to survive by themselves. If all the problems continue, elephant may dream no more. Especially on urban people, we don't really care about them anymore and don't really talk about them. But those still some people really care about them and understand the real value of them. These people are Mahout. Mahout feel like elephant be a part of their family and they grow up beside them. But these people have to struggle about the income to support their family and the elephant too. And they have the unspoken word like they don't have space, they don't have money, so they have to sell an elephant as a part of family that I said. And the activity that they created to get an income, most people misunderstand about the point, so they are the victim of this situation. So this project tries to create an income for local and opportunity for them, and the life quality, especially on the elephant and Mahout, and bring back our old legacy, like relationship between human and elephant back again. Also, we don't have to lose anything more, so we have to find something that's made this project happen. And the answer is on the second envelope. You can check that out. The criteria of this project we start on the legacy, culture, craftsmanship, sustainable, and innovation. And I find something that most people don't really care about it and thought it is useless. This is an elephant dung. Yeah. One elephant can produce like 100 and 150 kilograms per day, so it's not for this project. And in nowadays, some locals try to create like the product from elephant dung. And this is such an old legacy for us. Like in the past, we used for fertilizer and fuels, but when when I did down to my research, I found that the process they have a possibility to create like furniture, create roof for panel, and coupon brick. And now I say gonna create a cycle like we let the elephant have a good life quality. They just poop it, and the poop gonna create an ecosystem for nature. And we use the poop merged with legacy to create the product to make an income for local. And all of this is gonna be the main character in Thailand. Also gonna create awareness to let people to learn the real value of elephant nowadays. And all of this is going to be the role model from another country who have elephant too. Like on the side, we choose in the north of Thailand, like Lampang. That's Thai Elephant Conservation Center, that's not far from the central of Lampang. And the side is surrounded by the village who work from them. And in the past, this center teach elephant to do like log. But the time has changed, they changed to the activity that let human and elephant have intimacy with them. And we also have the main care center in Thailand here too. Most of Mahout in the north of Thailand, especially on Lampang, are the Pakhayor. Like they feel like elephant be a part of their family, and they believe in spiritual too. Like they specialize on crafting and use the bamboo material too. And I find something that's so interesting about this object, right? This is a perspective of human eye view, right? In elephant, you can see like this. This is called diplomatic color vision. In elephant, just can see like yellow and blue, but the green and red can see in the gray color. This good possibility to use Nippon Paint Black 9000 in chalk yellow and Liberty Blue to refer to like freedom, to create a no boundary space like the human and elephant still have intimacy with no boundary. In order to decide, we have to study about the scale of both of us, and to create that awareness and wayfinding for elephant. Like we use the rope that dip into the color and tie it around the arch to create awareness. Also, we light up the color of structure of roof and floor to let they have more awareness of this. And we sunken the landscape down around 90 centimeters to let the visitor more safety. And in the element that we use in high frequency gonna make this more clearly too. From the performing space into the rest they deserve. Local can still work in here, and the visitor can still have intimacy as we are in the past. Like in the landscape, we based on the Pakhayor traditional culture, we compose the position of architecture, be humble as we can in the landscape. And elephant can walk freely into this space too. We separate into two parts, like the blue one for local and elephant, and the yellow one is for visitor. We place the main resource on the center of working space to make it more easy, like elephant dung and feeding shelter area. And we have an elephant bedding, like for solve the problem of fire forest. And we still separate the solution between local and visitor. Like visitor have to access on the back to make them more safety for elephant. Elephant can walk freely into this space. And the landscape and architecture can compose as a exercise route for elephants 2 times per day as they have to do every day. This is all of this project. Like we start on the right one, we call connection. Like the connection between the human and elephant are not that good nowadays, so Pacquiao will stitch you back. Like we refer to like weaker and connection redesign into the planning design. And like based on the Pacquiao traditional house, they're gonna have a fireplace on the center to do like ceremony, and when the guests come, we have time to gather around them. And we use the Lampang and Pacquiao culture into our design too. When you get in, you're gonna see the reception on the right side, and the left side is souvenir, like elephant dung souvenir. And we have a guiding area before you get into the project. Like on the center, we refer to like the fireplace. And the robot dip into the color and ties it around the column. Not only for elephant can have awareness, but human can have it too. We have a real fireplace on the center in the winter season too. And if you want to change the codes like the Pacquiao traditional code, you can change it here too. For sustainable, we use like solar cell and the dung energy to create electricity for this project. And when you get in, we let people to learn from raw material into the possibility that we can, like brick, ventilation block, stool, lamp, green roof, and also polystick leg for elephant who injured. When you get in, you're gonna see the center of the drying dung and the information on the left side. In the right side is boiling area, helping by robotic hand. When the boil is done, we let it dry on the side. And we separate the solution between visitor and local to let local work more easily. When the material is ready, you're going to put it back here. When still have a detail of the robot tied around the column to let the local have more awareness for them. On top of that, the local and elephant can still have intimacy as they are. When the brick is done, we're gonna bring it on the drying rack here. This brick drying rack, we color on it to make it more see clearly in the elephant vision, like this. Also, the arch and the line of structure of roof and floor are gonna create awareness and way fighting for elephant. In the center, we have the connection. We want to build up connection between human and elephant back again. So we refer to like graveyard, or the Pacquiao graveyard. And we refer to like lack of awareness of human can let elephant go to the graveyard easily. So this connection not only for just physical, but in spiritual too. We have a huge tree like placed on the center based on the Pacquiao spiritual believer, like tree can protect us from the bad thing. And we have a down shelter and feeding shelter area. In the feeding shelter, we have a resting area for local. And the material placed on the center of working space can flow easily, I say. And we have a daily local daily feeding shelter below the resting area. And the dung can collect it here and dry it here too. Elephants are not the guests of the food, so many nutrients are still in there. So there's a good possibility to use this material into the create the modular green loop, like the workspace on the center and the dining rack on the side, facing to the sun on the south and west. Local can still have intimacy with nature and elephant too. And the steel frame up there, we roll it down, put the material in. When it's settled, roll the frame up, put a modular grid loop on the dining rack. In the raining there, you can roll a tuck top down to cover it too. For first workshop is put paper. We let people to create their own paper in the traditional paper crafting way. Like we use elephant dung merged with mulberry fiber and paper waste with food color to create a pupu paper ball. And that is in the third envelope too, you can check that out. And the working space on the center and dining rack on the side. The paper, we not only for just workshop, we use it for diffuse the light of the skylight too. And the water drain still constrained in this space too. And the Mahal still have like knowledge for using herb to heal the elephant, but some of herb can use in human too. Like we let this space to let the some visitors to learn to how to create a herbal ball for elephant and inhaler for human too. Like you can see the real herbal tablet to heal the elephant, the real one, on the foil after this presentation finish. All herb will make it in the mortar, and we redesign the mortar as a stool too, but function as a mortar. We will bring the herb back there to mix it around on the front. And you got a herbal ball for elephant. You can feed elephant directly with more safety. We call it sunken landscape down around 19 centimeters. Moreover with that, we let people to create their own furniture target group on the urban people. Like we use elephant dung merged with polymer to create new material, like on this one. You can pass it. This made by the coconut and rice, but this I see. I bring this one to let the see the possibility that we can do it. Like also we create the stool and lamp for. We let people. We let the visitor can be a part of our innovation on this space too, like in the easy joys of the bamboo joy, like Pacquiao culture. When you're tired, you can raise it here, like restaurant and back every cafe, in the traditional food, like Pacquiao food. And we elevated the dining area up a little bit up to create a new vision between human and elephant too. And also, they still have intimacy with us as we are. And we want you to try like elephant dung coffee, that's the most expensive in the reasonable price here. And from the bar, you can see the activity that elephant likes so much. This is a bathing, elephant bathing. Our relationship may be built up here again. And along the way you go to activity, you can see the elephant bathing on the side. Also, we have a lamp to light it at night too. Not only for just Maho can see it clearly, but elephant can see it clearly at night too. So from the performing space that human force them to do it, to the rest, to the life they deserve. The embrace still raising for them. Something Lord can find it here. Moreover with that, we use wisdom along generation to bring us to go to world class. Like we go from ground, do something simple, and we will start to growing. Not in today, we find something possible, and we will go as far further, more far as we are in the past. And this is all the far. Together we can shape their future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, judges, questions and comments.
Hello.
Hello.
Well done. Thank you for your presentation. I just have a few questions regarding the user. I haven't seen any kids in your rendering, so is this open for kids as well? That's one of the first question. And the second question is, have you thought about the safety? Because there are a lot of edges around there without any ledges. Mm-hmm. So I was wondering if you have thought of that, the safety for kids. I mean, they could just step down and run around through the elephants. And I've seen a few ramps around there, and I just wondered if you have thought about that too, the accessibility.
Yeah, we thought about the ramp for the handicap to get into the space, and we elevated the architecture not that high, so the kid can stay with staff. Mm-hmm. And they feel more safety and on the circulation on the side. And they for the scale of kid, they can sit on the side of the circulation and hang their leg around. That's more safety, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Okay. Can you point out of any use of the elephant dung products in your project?
Yeah. Possibility, right?
Have you used any in your design in the actual building?
A lot. A lot. Can I get on site? Yeah, we use all part of my perspective. You can see all elephant dung, every perspective.
Perspectives, right?
Yeah, perspective. You can see some real dung here. The real one. And the product, yeah. And the product that some local they try to create.
Is it
No.
After this, someone?
No. Oh, no, no. Okay, okay.
Okay.
Like we start on the process one. Okay. Okay, we have a lot, like we let people to learn from process, and like the floor that we use, like the material that I let you guys to see it, like we merge with polymer and the elephant down together to create the floor panel, and also the brick that we merge the elephant down into that too. Also the ventilation block, and also like the table. The table and furniture of this create and merge with elephant dunk too. Also the lamp that we use a paper, like paper, poo paper to create a lamp too. We have a lot, and also the technique of coop we use merge elephant dunk into it too. So, and also the product that we created or the workshop that we try to let them to try to learn the possibility that we can, like the elephant green modular green roof for the to let urban people, you just walk around their house and you see up there and you can tell your friend, this is from elephant, you know. Or your my furniture in my house, like stool, this from elephant, not an ivory, as you know. Like we want to like target group about the urban or the people around there too, like the green roof, and also the paper will let people to learn, like from diffuse the skylight here, also the group too, and some of herb the stool that we redesign the Martha into the stool, we use a like polymer merge with that too, and steel inside that to make it more durable.
All right, so I think that's sufficient. Thank you. Yes, Matthew.
Thank you for the presentation. Very, very well done. Actually, it is so good to see, design that related to the deeper purpose and how you connect, the nature and man-made, and it go back to, repurpose it, the repurposed materials, and created the new materials for building and interior. So I think that's very, very impressive. So my question is, how is this project relate to you personally? Because you talk about, it relates to the culture, the historical, but how is this project relate to you personally? That's the first question.
Oh, okay.
Second question is, how do you see the potential of this project in the future, maybe in the next 5-10 years? Right?
Okay. The first question, what related to me? If you say it's not that local, truly local, I'm the new generation, so I want to like redesign a lot of design. Like you see the bar is not that local. We merge like the industrial into our design. Okay, pass it to the second. The second question, like the perspective of the human who look through the elephant gonna change in next 5 years, or after this project finish or is done. Like they will know the real value of them, not just an ivory as we know in nowadays. The real value is on from them just for free every day. Why don't we use it? Yeah.
One final word. Sorry.
Oh, final word. Okay.
Sorry. Okay. So I think, like I said, it's a very amazing project, and there's a lot of innovation in the materials and all that. I would like to encourage you not to stop here, further develop, to your professional practice, and how this, new innovation of materials can, impact, the design industry and also, the world. So this is just a beginning. I mean, to me, how I look at it. So, keep going and then develop further. Right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Sasi. Thank you. Okay, so next we have Sanutmi Degambada with her project title, The Gilded Cage. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good morning. I'm Sanutmi Degambale, and today I'll start with a very popular romantic story from the colonial period of Sri Lanka, wrapped in sweet sea breeze and soothing moonlight. In 1805, Sir Thomas Maitland arrived in Colombo as the British colonial governor for Ceylon. On a night of celebration, his eyes were mesmerized by a sultry beauty fluttering in an enticing manner, Lovina Aponsova, a local dancer. He fell in love. He built his residence overlooking her house and built tunnels underneath the ground connecting his wine cellar to her village well. These are the pathways that Lovina took to meet the man whose love for her was so strong that he named the town after her, Mount Lavinia. After some time, Maitland had to leave his beloved Lavina, and a few years later, he died a bachelor. His love for her was too strong to forget. What happened? What did Lavina feel? Traveling underneath, hidden underground from society's scorn, comfort in the sovereign power of the country when she was from the lowest caste, not allowed to even cover her upper body. What happened to her? We don't know. History can't answer that. Because the moment he leaves, she ceased to exist. When I first asked this question, I was met with, why are you bringing modern values into history? Let history be history. But is it just history? Because this is not just Sri Lankan history. Throughout generation, this is the reality of women. We are silenced and reduced to appearance and treated as an object of desire. Every day, people are invisible, and also all the needs, the intangible human needs, are turned to the price of adhering to social standards, and the moment and is scorned when you fail to uphold it, and scorned when you oversee it, treated as an object of desire, nothing more. And also a support story to a man, another's character. And women, as this oppression of women converged throughout the society, through the cultures, so did the resistance to it. Every day, women strengthen themselves and each other to overcome the societal barriers, not only to overcome it, but also to destroy it altogether, to make it a little better for the future. Every day, women try to themselves. But this is my interpretation of that convergence. Gilded cage. This brings from Sri Lankan contemporary culture by placing the art forms of contemporary feminist art of Sri Lanka and placing them in a universal experience. Because what women feels when they are objectified and judged does not need translation. So the site is in Mount Lavinia. It is right next to the Gold Road, which connects the Colombo's capital to the Sri Lanka's down south, the tourist capital. And also, it is directly adjacent to a proposed public plaza and a proposed performance arts center. When we look at the past, like how we used to fight objectification, they all have one thing in common. They all fall under cognitive instruments. Cognitive instruments can only invoke cognitive empathy. This is, I understand how you must feel. It is not, it is taught, it is studied, and it is slow moving. And a man or any person standing next to a panel about gender discrimination has no referral point to it, physical referral point. He can learn, but he can never understand it. Cognitive empathy can govern our actions, but it can never govern our beliefs. What we should invoke is affective empathy. I feel what you feel. It is a bodily movement. It comes before thought. And the body schema is the preconscious system that helps achieve affective empathy. It governs, it's the preconscious system that governs our movement and relationship through the space. And these are the 5 aspects of body schema that this design will be based on. And there are 3 aspects of effective empathy: intersubjectivity, multisensory engagement, and embodied empathy. As designers, we can create spaces with intersubjectivity and multisensory engagement, and through the aspects of body schema, these same elements can create embodied empathy. Intersubjectivity. In this design, intersubjectivity is concentrated in the ground floor area with open floor plans and very familiar furniture. Multisensory engagement is concentrated in upper floors, where the aspects of body schema is activated to create the to experience what when women feel when they are objectified. This is as we go through this site, the visitor sees this building by this busy road across a public plaza. The pink canopy overhead and the warm tone bench with no hierarchy invites them. It feels welcoming. The people want to enter. People are excited. And as they go, and these are the color choices that are used here in this area, and the materials of the steel ramp above, and the concrete flooring and concrete walls, and the colored concrete seating. These are warm colors to invite the people in. And as you sit on the lobby, your eyes falls onto the cafe just beyond. As you sit on the familiar picnic tables or on the conversation bits, above you, you can see the bright pink ramp overhead, and you can see silhouettes of people moving. But at this time, you don't read it as for you, it's just an aesthetic. You see it, and because you're in the cafe, surrounded by the greenery, by a calming pond next to it, you feel safe. But the pink above you energizes you. It excites you. It sparks your curiosity. So you want to enter. As you go on, enter, you know you will be seen by the people outside because this is not completely covered. But as you move through and look back, your perspective shifts. The space you assumed to be safe and secure and cozy was even more exposed from the ramp above. The space, you were never safe there. It was a false expression. But with that, you move on to the route because there's no privacy. And as you enter the gallery, the low ceiling, the dark interior with bright LED screens showcasing the video exhibitions, it creates a bit of an uneasiness, and also the translucent facade of the gallery. But you keep moving, and then you enter the other building. From outside, you can see the movement inside, and when you're inside, you can see the people outside. You can see the people outside, and also you know that you will be seen to others, but you have no idea of how much of you are exposed or what the other can perceive. So you're on the continuous unsureness and nervousness about how much you're seen and how you will be perceived by the other. And as you move on to the third gallery, you're suddenly exposed to a vast volume with, again, a translucent gallery with a glass ceiling above. The space, the volume, it creates an impression on you. You feel small, but also very exposed on all around. And as you move on through the pink, back to the pink ramp, and again at the last gallery with sawtooth roof and a mirror ceiling that amplifies the lighting. You see sculptures, and you also see the road outside, and you know you will be seen by the people on the road too. Then at this moment, you're exhausted. Over time, you realize that the building is one of the exhibitions, and through the low emission glass panels and translucent polycarbonate panels, the building has turned you into an exhibit too. Because you always assume that you are seen. This is focal panopticon. It's not that you are always being watched, but it's also that the awareness of someone might be watching. So you control yourself. You are focusing on how you're monitoring your own expressions, your own movements, because you think someone will be watching you, judging you. This is what chronic objectification does to a woman. Sometimes there's no observer, but throughout the childhood, we are taught that behave well, others are watching. Through that, they themselves has internalized the watcher, that every walk, every movement is governed by, will others be watching? How will others see me? How will others judge me? So this is what the spatial transition of that. And then comes the vertical descent. And as you move through, the acoustic conditions change completely. The outside voices, from the busy road, the plaza, it all moves away. And you're in this vertical shaft with the ramp circling downwards, all the way down. There's no escape route. You only have the road behind you, which you pass, or this circling path downwards. This vertical shaft and this very unfinished raw concrete walls, it gives that it creates an uneasiness. It's research that these kind of verticals, enclosed spaces invoke our threat detection system, physiology. It's a physiological discomfort. It's not a preference per se. And also, throughout the journey, the exposure to pink intensify. It starts out as energetic and welcoming and curious, but over time it becomes oversaturation, and it is identified that oversaturation of any bright color creates physiological visual discomfort. It's not just a preference. And this is the reality of pink, because pink is widely known as the color of feminism, but this pink itself has become a burden, or like a silent sabotage for women through things like pink tax. And also it's the idea of how the contemporary society markets this objectification, or this, because contemporary society market it as, oh, this is engagement, you're going to be popular, that through social media, this objectification, it's marketed that you will be seen. But over time, and so especially as we start, we are interested, we participate in that, because it invokes our curiosity, excitement. But over time, it gets saturated and overwhelming throughout the journey. And you come back to the bright entrance that you came before, the warm, bright, the ones where you felt safe. But now you don't feel safe anymore, because your perspective has shifted. And this is Gilded Cage. This is not a building that asks the visitor to make a statement. It places the visitor inside a journey and let them understand what's the difference between I know it is a problem to I have felt what it cost. This is, Lavina did not have buildings. She had tunnels. She was going underground, hid by the society, ashamed of her own skin, on her own blood. and hiding away. This is her building, and for every woman whose name became a place and the story forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanutni. Thank you. All right, judges. Okay, Ivy.
And thank you so much. A very deep presentation, very thorough. The use of pink threw me off, you know. I mean, at first I thought, oh wow, it's so gender obvious. And then, as she said, about the saturation, and then it became the color of, not protest, but the color of your point.
Yes.
For me, is very cerebral. And for you, at your age, to be thinking so deeply and so cerebrally awes me. So thank you so much for that. Right?
Thank you.
Yeah, so the whole space as the experience is quite a concept. So I have no questions. It's just to thank you for this presentation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ivy. Yes, Shamina.
Hi, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
I'm still processing. It's very deep, very thoroughly studied, and it's usually we try to fix a problem, but you're trying to make people experience the problem. My question would be, where do they go from here? Like once they end their journey, what's next for them?
I think it came from like when I was doing this project, when I was talking to people around me, the first thing I understood was that it's not the lack of awareness. It's that I would say it like they don't see it as a big problem. Like when I say we talk about like public transportation, there's like unwanted groping happening, and when we told this to another friend, a guy friend, and he would be like, oh, maybe you're mistaken. The first thought is, oh, you're mistaken. This doesn't happen. Okay. So it's that maybe the issue is that they don't know don't know how severe it feels, and whenever there's like a situation of like rape victims come, the first thing is, why didn't she say it right away? They don't understand the severity of that and how the emotional process becomes. To them, it's A, B, and C, but it's moves through. So my project is to make an attempt to make people understand, oh, this is how you go through, and it's more serious, and then maybe develop effective empathy over time. Is that, yeah?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to give you feedback on that answer. I think to progress your project, you could add probably ways to encourage women, bring them together, create an area, also not just women, even bring in the other gender, let them mingle together, and then create this journey where they could all experience it and learn from each other, and could create an empowerment community.
Yeah,
I think that would be the next step from this.
Yes.
Yes.
With the plaza.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like also the exhibition area, you could have shown some artwork by women where they were beaten up. I mean, it really touches people's emotions when they see things like that. So that could have been something that you could have done in the gallery as well. Yeah. So that's my comment to improve the project furthermore.
The galleries are divided into classical art and videography and sculptural art, because these are the three of the four main forms of feminist art in Sri Lanka at the moment, and the fourth is drama.
Okay.
The drama will be drama. The idea of the drama, like feminist art, is very. It happens on the road. It happens by the road.
Yeah.
So my idea is that the people who walk around and experience that will be the drama. There won't be That's how the.
I really like that part, how
Yeah.
they would experience it and they're being part of it. I really like that part. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Well done.
All right, thank you. Matthew, you've got a
All right.
comment, yes.
That's-
Yeah,
Okay.
you're always
All right,
at the point.
Thank you for the
Thank you.
thank you for the presentation. I not so much of a question, but I just want to compliment you that I really like your confidence during your presentation, and I was so amazed when it is at the beginning when you show the story. I thought it was recorded, voice, but then you are the one that the storytelling. I really like that the way that you started. And I think that shows your confidence, and I just want to give you a praise on that. This really nicely presented.
Very
Thank you so
good.
much.
Thank you so much, Matthew.
Thank you.
Good job. Sandy. All right. Okay, so next we have Nguyen Van Nguyen with her project Imprints on Dough. But before that, everybody else in this room, you can actually wear your translator sets
Can I get
now
some water?
at channel 4. Am I right? Yes, channel 4. So judges and audience, you can wear your translator sets, the headsets. Okay, channel
Okay.
4. Yeah, channel 4. Channel 4, I think. Oh, he said to me it's presentation. So you will present in English now, right? Okay, so then we don't need it yet until the... So Q&A, you will be doing the translator, the translation? Okay, but translation is with you or with the translator for the Q&A? Hold on a minute. The mic. Okay, so we don't need the translator headsets anymore. Okay, all right, let's start that again. Let's welcome Nguyen Van Nguyen with her project Imprints on Dough.
Sorry. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Van Nguyen, and I'm from Vietnam. And I'm here today to tell the story about Imprints on Dough. It's about traditional Vietnamese paper, and that is gradually disappearing. And my project Imprints on Dough were born from that concern. Driven by the industrial boom, young people leave their villages to find better employment and opportunity and higher income in urban areas, a relentless way of migration that leave villages empty. So I chose Trung Tâm Phong Tự Hạ because it is my hometown. And here I have watched my friend live one by one, leaving behind empty village. And Phong Tự Hạ is a typical miniature hometown to various ethnic minority, predominantly the Red Dao people. And they possess a district identity deeply rooted in ancestor worship. Yet behind that cultural depth, livelihood remain fragile. And doll papers have various applications in the Red Dao light. It is used for ancestor worship and festival, especially Kapsak is the most vital ritual. It's marking man transits to adulthood, and it is recognized as a national intangible cultural heritage. And doll papers is traditional Vietnamese handmade. It's made from the bark of doll trees, and it is a simple handicraft that preserve the culture and connect the past, the present, and the future. It's made from doll trees or bamboo, and this paper is highly durable and has a rustic scent and many convenient applications. But, however, the paper making craft now an emergency stated. It's the extinction due of the industrial papers. And today the master artisan are on over 70 years old. This means we have less than 10 years to pass down this knowledge before it is lost forever. So we're back to the question, why must young people leave? Because if they stay, the income from agriculture is only about $132 per month, not enough to shoulder the family burden. Meanwhile, in industrial zone, that number can reach up to $470 per month. And this gap is not just about money, it's a choice for survival. And In addition, 90% of their income depend on monoculture forestry, and after 50 years cycle, a natural disaster can leave them with nothing. And in 2024 and 2025, more than 200 landslide then destroyed their last hope of holding onto the lands. And the paradox is that sheet handmade in village is cost only about 5,000 Vietnam dong, not enough to buy a bread. While its potent values international record can reach up to 50 to $200, and we are standing on a gold mine of cultural heritage, but we are wasting 95% of this values. So. My project responds to both present and future by creating symbiotic cultural economic ecosystem. Here, local thrive on their craft is value inherent through experiential tourism and knowledge sustainable passed down, so heritage is never forgotten. And in Herdings, I systemize the groundhouse architecture and still how architecture into foundation zone where working and cultural preservation harmoniously connect. And the space is organized following its journey. First is the memory block. It is look, understand, and feel. Next is resurrection block with a 4 process production complex is and next, final is the spread. It's a souvenir shop to open up the future for the heritage. And it just space integrate a rainwater harvesting to system utilizes water shock directly for the complex product productions. And I use local and recycled materials to continue the lens of the memories, letting them tell their own story. And we have old steel house for the past story, wooden palm leaf roof for natural callings, and dirt wood with water wrap tube for the war and traditional rammer earth. Together they create a sustainable space caring about the soul of village. And first is memory blocks, is starting with steel house architectures, and the lowest floor is for reception, while the upper floor is for exhibition areas. And the ventilation panel is stylized from Markup Ban Vương. It is our ancestor symbol. And first is artifact displays have visitors clearly understand the wallpaper making process and tooth. At the same time, they can feel the spiritual through the video projection and painting simulating the paper making process. And next to it is suspended wallpaper ceilings inspired like drying rack, like layers of memories in the space. At the center is a restore set named painting a traditional painting named Tứ Phủ Công Tào, and with a wooden display cell covered with straw. And next to it is the two-side display, worksheet painting and scene document. I multiple thick layers of the paper joined as together as a backdrop for handing to beautify the materials. And here, additional information viewing kiosks are arranged in digital art viewing space to digitize the entire archive of the Red Zao painting worksheet and ancient documents. And after the stand, we experience and understand the craft tourism process to restoration block. It's a where heritage turned into livelihood and tourism. And first is the main, and the design is around how architectures feature with ventilation panels. It's a tree's motif is symbolizing the gratitude to nature. And the first is main paper production zones, including the pre-processing and forming areas. And the forming areas, including the stock areas and the kitchens. The two sides is space is separate by flexibilities it can be easy changed. And next is the foaming areas where the paper shape, press, and dry either outdoor or indoors. And the wooden ceiling features a spotlight hanging on nongnia. It is a familiar item in Vietnamese kitchens. And next to it is the shelf and vat inspired by Highland Kitchen Loft, where is memory and technical access. And after drying them, the paper transfer from to do lab. This is our R&D space support innovation, and here artisan and expert collaboration to development new paper from other indigenous materials. And the first is a material research feature with larger scope blends and recent of cost quarters door paper ceilings and displays where research new materials like raw plane, and inside its operation room is centered around a main table with a door paper ceiling and painter lining system focused on door paper applications. And next we move to experience. This is workshop areas where a key factor expanding experience tourism and bring the heritage code to the public with a area reposting to basic application of papers. And first is the fiber zone for hand-on traditional experience. Here, visitors can mix natural materials to create unique papers based on their preference. And next is the halo zone offer for handicraft lamping experience, and with the stylized natural pattern on shelf and worship painting on the lamp. This way is strongly remind visitors of indigenous roots. And next is the prints and drawing zone for printing and drawing watercolor experience. Here, visitors can use the red gel palettes into the industrial ink, create the clear, eco-friendly artwork. And next is stick zone for handicraft and stationeries. And the red gel fan are hung from the ceilings, make the space lively and rich in identity. And my journey, and with the spread block, it is souvenir shop turning cultural economic values. And feature a ground house architecture with the cross motif for red gel identity and plus areas area for local specialties. And the shop opened with the handicraft retail areas. And today, I would like to present the jury some door paper as a souvenirs and thank you gift, and it's an introduction to the traditional materials. And the space is decorated with the paper fan and threads on wooden frame symbolizing luck, connect, and a red gel community spirit. And next to is a signature collection with unique artisan collaborations. Inspired by the Kapsak ceremonies, the center is surrounded by layers of door paper and ritual paintings. And next, we move to the art and prints areas. It's a really made door paper painting line in the red refined display shelf and with the lining. And final is there's light paper and light areas. Itself various paper alongside cell and podium display lamp. The outside is the cashier desk decorated with traditional costume and cross motif patterns on the front. And from the solution I have present my project at a sustainable development goal, and it creates a harmoniously development model between the people and economic and the natures. And the complex is applied technology to digitize the artisan knowledge, building a digital library and e-commerce platforms. And we also integrate QR code for each product to bring the heritage close to the communities or global stake. One or three products is now awake and elevated through this project. It leaves villages for global stage, carry about the cultural stories, and this open livelihood, revive fair, and inspire the youth to proudly return and continue the heritage story. And this model can be replicated for any worldwide through artisan trainings. We can build a living heritage network, empowering the local community to become the agent of conservation. And that's my conclusion presentation. Thanks so much, Dr. and everyone, to listen and join me on this journey in Prince Outdoor. It's this journey to awake our heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Nguyen. Thank you. Okay, Ivy, yes.
Thank you so much. Did I miss it? I'm always hungry as a person. So I always, if I enter something, I always look for the food facility. Did I miss it? Did you have a place for people to eat?
Can you read for me, please? Wait a second.
Pause the timer, so once we look at the slides, yeah.
Here, em nói tiếng Việt được không?
Okay.
Ở đây thì em đã bố trí một khu vực, đó chính là khu vực nghỉ ở ngoài trời, với cả bố trí những cái tròi nghỉ kết hợp trong cái tổ hợp này.
I have set up the outdoor resting area beside outdoor the structure, the complex.
Okay. It's just for commercial viability. The people should be fed. I'm sorry. It's just I'm just looking at it as a total solution, and I think not having a kitchen that serves it's a critique actually.
Tại vì là cô ấy nghĩ là khi mà mình có nhà bếp rồi ấy, thì cái khu vực mà những người mà đến tham quan họ tại đó thì ăn uống ở đâu thôi. Cô ấy chỉ thắc mắc như thế thôi ạ.
Tại vì nhà bếp đấy để thực hiện để làm sơ chế cái cây nguyên liệu thôi ạ, chứ không có tác dụng để nấu ăn.
Yeah, she would like to remark that the kitchen is for making paper process. It's not kitchen for cooking food.
I understand. So, it's just that if you want tourists to go there, and if you want people to stay,
nhưng mà trong trường hợp mà
it's just for her education.
When đây là cái ý kiến bổ sung cho em ấy.
Vâng.
Trường hợp khách du lịch đến thì
Yes.
mình có thể khu vực để ăn uống hay không?
Chị nói rằng là cái này cũng có thể mở rộng thêm.
Yeah, I mean, like if this dream come true, it may be like possible to extend that area. I mean, as she mentioned, for the dressing areas. Yeah.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Sai, Shamina. Yes, Shamina.
Hi, well done. I really like the concept, the interior, the colors that you've used. I will agree with her. I would love to see an area where people can socialize. I understand this is a project just to produce the paper and for merchandising, I believe. So adding that area would really complete the whole concept. And also when people come in for food and when they linger around, they learn about the culture as well. So that really strengthens the project. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Matthew.
Thank you for the presentation. I love your energy. Yeah, I can feel that you're very passionate in your project and your presentation. So, if I understand correctly, all the building is basically separate individually. and the tourist and the visitor is needed to go around all the buildings, right? Like going from buildings to buildings. So what happens if it's rain? So do you have any solution for the shelters, like or where is the weather, and how do they experience from zone to zone, and how do they connect buildings to building? Yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Em nhắc một cái khu vực này tương lai sẽ chắc có thể là sẽ phát triển thêm cái loại giấy mà có thể chống nước được ạ.
So for the current being under this project, she planted more trees to protect the environment and then create some shade as well. But maybe in the future they can create some. If it comes true, they can have build some new. Like way the road that can be covered with the waterproof papers on the road.
Yes.
All right. Second question. Can you go to the interior, the slides that's showing the interior? Can you go to the slide that show the interior? My question will be, is this a natural ventilated interior space, or is an air-conditioned interior space? The interior. The 3D that shows the interior.
Interior 3D slide.
The interior. The design inside.
Inside.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So is this building a natural ventilated for the interior space, or is relying on the mechanical ventilation, like air conditions or?
I think em nghĩ là em nghĩ là sẽ có thêm quạt và những ngày nắng, bởi vì cái hệ thống mái của cái này nó cũng sẽ có làm mát bởi vì nó là mái cóp.
From her idea, I think mostly she use natural
ventilator.
Because the material isn't good enough for the absorbing the heat. But actually, she think that is a fans perhaps to be added, but not that air conditioner.
So yeah, it's because it's not shown here. So that's why the question is whether it's naturally ventilated. Then what would be the methods that you would help to bring down the temperature? Create air ventilations in the interior space.
Em sử dụng máy cọ với cả là cái kết hợp với cái việc mà xây cái nhà sàn ở bên dưới thì sẽ là cái vùng hút gió.
So she's mentioned like with this one is a boat structure, but we have the teal house. So in this kind of concept, so the teal house can have like to ventilate the indoor, the green inside indoor.
Okay.
And I add some ventilation in this here.
Okay.
To natural temperatures.
Yep. Okay. Just one suggestion, because the air won't ventilate by its own. You probably will have some mechanism that's helped, ventilate the air for the interior. But instead of, going through like the ceiling fans or whatever, that is very artificial, perhaps you can look into, some of the innovation like counterweight that, it can create, the natural movement that helps the ventilation of the interior. So it somehow align and relate back to your projects that's very artisan. So instead of having it, very artificial, they maybe have certain innovations that's utilizing the counterweight method, that creating movement for the air ventilation. Yeah, just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Yes.
Thanks, Matthew. That reminded me, I saw this perspective where you had fans on the ceiling. I think that's a great opportunity, because I wanted to ask you earlier if the fans move to create air or circulation. So I think that would be paper fans, because we use it to, cool ourselves down. So that would be really good to look into in the future. Yeah.
Okay. One last question. As we go through the presentation, and you have 8 buildings, from the first go around, because we went quite quickly, they all look similar in design. Do you have different elements that you used in your design to differentiate the different usage of the space? Or is it your intention to have like a universal design in every building?
Có cái sự thay đổi khác biệt về cái hội kết cái kiến thiết của cái không gian phía bên trong những cái slide đầu tiên. Back to the first slide, right?
For all the different buildings, it seems you have this similar design, similar colors, and the patterns. Was that intentional, or is that actually different design elements you use that maybe I didn't see for different buildings?
Em không thay đổi bởi vì những cái tòa nhà này, những cái nhà này là những cái nhà kiểu truyền thống của bên dân tộc đấy.
So the thing is, actually, we can change, but we better not to, because this one is a legacy of the ethnic groups. So actually, to be honest, like if you want to add a change to the local community, especially the tribal community, it's not easy. And then when we try to make it like this, it is a way that we can sustain the heritage. So it's better for her to keep the original building and concept.
Any other comments, questions? No? All good, huh? Okay, thank you so much, Nguyen. Thank you. Okay, so our next presenter is Hwang Zi-him with his project, The Living Machine. Take it away, Hwang Zi-him.
Okay. Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Hwang Zi-him Vincent. Oh, okay. 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 Yeah, so good morning, everyone. I'm Hwang Zi-him Vincent. Today I want to talk about my project, The Living Machine. Before I talk about this project, I want to talk about my home city, Hong Kong. Hong Kong doesn't have a really long history, and I'm not also going to talk about like family stories. I just want to talk a simple stories about the fastness of Hong Kong. Hong Kong has 7.4 million people, but only like 424 square meters, and only 25% of the lands can be used as constructions. So we are living in a really crowded city and really crowded environment. Hong Kong is one of the fastest cities in the world. We walk really fast, we work really fast, and we're living in a high-speed style, like escalators. In Hong Kong, we work and we talk about efficiency. When I was small, I go to Cha Chan Tan with my father. Cha Chan Tan has been the tea restaurants. It got a quite similar thing in Thailand called Gobi. That's similar. And then when I go to the restaurant for the Cha Chan Tan, my dad like ordering food, and then he would say about like as usual. And then after like 5 seconds, the dishes would come to our table. And I was amazed about that, because like, how did the waiter know what he want to eat? And then my dad told me a stories about he has eaten this restaurant for like 2 decades. And he's already ordering the same food, so the restaurant or the staff know what he wants. And he is very familiar with this shop also. He knows when the boss like got married, and also when does the staff have these babies. So that's the bonding. Cha Chan Tan is not just like a place to eat, but it's also a place for people to have their connections and also the bonding. But how about now? Now I go to Cha Chan Tan, and then when I'm ordering, the waiter is like, okay, you quicker, there's so many customers waiting outside. And you just got like 1 hour to eat. And then after I order 5 seconds, the dishes come to your face, and then it's just like ordering McDonald's. So, what happened when the things go too fast? Something disappeared. Something goes wrong. People cannot adapt the fast changes, and also they assess, they scared, and they depress.
In 2014, protesters took to the streets, demanding a more transparent election in Hong Kong. They carried umbrellas as a form of passive resistance and occupied major roadways for 79 days. The 2014 umbrella movement was followed by the 2019 anti-extradition law protest.
So that's the 2014 Hong Kong. everything is messed up. And that's the umbrella revolutions. It's not talking about the politic, but it's just like a fact that we are facing. So we are losing our vernacular value in Cantonese, which means the 人情味, which means that the human touch and social bonding in our society. And how about now? Now, even faster. We got AI, we got high tech, everything is changing nowadays. So, in a city that outruns time, we have forgotten that the most beautiful things are those that need time to grow. We started to forget our culture and craft. And for example, our traditional paper crafting. The traditional paper crafting is Hong Kong intangible cultural heritage. It uses simple material like bamboo, ware, rice paper, and also fabrics to make some kind of 3D objects, like dragons, like lions, and unicorns. They are highly used in festival, worshipping, and also region celebration. And also in the past, they even use it like a daily items, use this kind of technology. But when it's facing disappeared, why does it matter? It's because it reflects our belief system, our community memories, and it also showcases about our design studies, symbolics, and also craftsmanship all together to build a unique culture. So our bridge case carvings. These are bamboo of art. It's famous in 1920s to 1930s. It's talk about our tea culture and also bird watching. And also Maja. Maja is representing our family gatherings and also connection with the technologies. So, we need a space to embrace the culture through art of the slowness. And we got the living machine. My objective of designing these places is for people to have a space to escape from the fastness, also feeling and embrace the slowness. I know that it's impossible to like design one of the things and to let the people to change their living style, but I want to like having some kind of workshop of craftsmanship and also having different kind of events to let them to feel a moment of slowness. And the design are highly inspired by Cedric Price. Cedric Price used this kind of line drawings to show his idea about his conceptual ideas, and all the things are transformable and movable. It's just in a conceptual design, but I'm really inspired by them. Before I talk about the design, let's mention about the site. The site that I choose is the brownfield. The brownfield is in between the urban area and the countryside. It is a very sensitive, or not sensitive, but like very difficult land to use because it got some kind of problems. The problem is that most likely these kind of land are separated into 3 layers. On the top is the dust and the noise, and in the middle is the concrete, mud, and waste containers. And the last one on the bottom, which is the natural farmlands. When government wants to redevelop those lands, they have to make some kind of environmental mitigations and also site consolidations. So government are difficult to use those kind of sites. And here is an example about the site where it's located right here. So why do I choose this as my site? For the first one is that in this area, there's lots of the factories are abandoned and also warehouse. I can use the original structures for me to have some kind of design to reuse the space, but not facing abandoned. And secondly, is that these kind of sites are far away from the main city. So for a project that are emphasize of slowness and escaping in the fastness, so that's a great opportunity, yeah. And for the last one is that this project doesn't require, like I mentioned before, like large scale of environmental consolidations. So I think that's the perfect site. And here is the project. I tend to use the line drawings to show my ideas because I think that rendering or just like the modeling just fix all the things. But the line drawings have most likely all the possibility to change, to transform, to movable. So because my project is talking about movable. And in here, we can see that they are separated into minor space, like small workshop in here, and also have a big minor elements to talk about like having different kind of activities. And also we got corridor to have some kind of exhibitions. Here's my ideas. In the daytime, it would be like a office, like with really Hong Kong. And then in the weekend, it would becomes a multifunctional spaces for people to have workshop, events, and exhibitions. And I think that's really Hong Kong style and really Hong Kong living patterns. And then I separated the minor space and main space that I mentioned before. And also, each of the elements can modular, because I think that I really buy the concept of metabolism in Japanese. They think that architecture have to be grow, renew, and also adapt. So I think my project also leads those kind of sustainability. So after like 25 years, each of the element got broken or just old, I can replace it. And that's one of the meaning of living. And here is the element. This element is used to have a fixable space for them to have different kind of events. And for the second one, which is a quite interesting one, this is like a cube structures like here, and then he got a circular hole on top. People can feel the light, feel the time by the change of light and also shadows. They can have different kinds of workshop in here. And there are also like free openings to let people to have more interactions. And very interesting is like when you upside down it, like the same element but upside down, it has becomes a place for people to rest and chat. For example, after having a workshop, they can talk about how they're feeling, what is their experience, to talk about their culture and also the social bonding. Here's the demonstration. Like there is some people are teaching about the paper crafting, and then we can see the light on top, and then the color are mainly like in green and also red, because these two color I think is very similar with the traditional paper crafting. They use like red and green as their craftsmen. So I type to use red and green. And then on the other side, we can see some kind of exhibition here, and then people are having workshops. And then for the roof in here, I want to have a very nature feeling for the people, because I think it's a places to escape from the fast and also the city. So I want to let it to be more nature. My approach is that I design these kind of structures with two concrete plates, and then in between there is have a curved glass to refill to let the light go inside. And on the bottom part in here, it will be an aluminum plate to reflect the light, because this kind of effort can have a very smoothie and diffuse-like effort, which I want to provide in this space. And then for the arrangement of different kinds of elements, I tend to like follow by this system: the open space, the private space, and in-between space. By these systematics, they can have more interactions, and people can have a more like comfortable social building. And here is the arrangement or demonstration about the elements. And then that's the end, but I want to have a conclusion first. So for the meaning about living, for me, they have multi-meanings. For the first one is that I'm renewing the abandoned factories. That's the first point. And then for the second one is that I'm bringing out people to have more bonding and more connections, and then let the place to be more livable. So that's the second point. And then for the last point is that it's for the site. The site original is like it is like abandoned. The government doesn't want to relive it. So that's the other point. And for the last point is for the heritage. In my opinion, I think that if the heritage go to the museum, it will be die. But when the heritage or the workshop or the techniques are still maintained and people have still learning about it, still making about it, so it still arrive. So that's the purpose of the whole project. And thank you very, very, very much for your time.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks to him. Okay, judges? Digesting?
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate your beautiful line drawings and expression of space and how you play, your thoughtful play with forms. However, can you convince me why you bring people out of the city to nature and put them back in boxes?
Okay. Yeah, because like like bosses, the boss's purpose is for people to have a workshops, but maybe I have a very open space that will be like difficult to hold the workshop, because like I think the learning process is to like two side, people and then also the audience. So I think a boxes is very great places for them to have a learning process. And I think that different kind of process, transformational, in different places, they have multiple possibility. Because like, as I mentioned that this project is like a nature project. You can put anything in it if you want. So a boxes can have lots of possibility. And that's my point.
I take your point, but just to share, I feel still not very convinced. You talk about slowing people down and escaping the city, escaping concrete jungle, Hong Kong density.
Yeah.
You come out to this nature, you have the space, you can connect to nature. I feel like you miss an opportunity to utilize that within creating a workshop, community space as well. It's almost like, do you want to do that building in Hong Kong, in the city, with not so much space, but creating a silent space to focus and concentrate? But you want to bring people out, but I feel like there's a missed opportunity somewhere that you're not using the land, the size, the openness. Something. But then your translation of your idea and your play with space, that's very interesting. Just that disconnect at the beginning. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Ivy, Matthew, Shamina. Yeah, Shamina, I can see your your aim with the Matthew.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I also love the hand drawings. Yeah, well, it sort of reminded me, who is it? We always use that chair, and he also did that hub thing. Guy from the 60s, right? Wait, anyway. So, my question though is just of course you're not, the engineering part of it, of that modularity, how easy it is to reshape and form. But I like the fluidity of thought. Yeah, my question is ease, I guess the ease of assembling and reassembling. Because you said you invert something, it becomes an arena. The ceiling becomes an arena. That playful pod. I like the whole Lego aspect of it.
The modular.
The modularity of it.
All right, thank you, Ivy.
Thank you for your presentation. Actually, in the beginning of your presentation, I was very attracted by, you talk about the human touch and not so much of anti-AI, but anti-fast pace, that you want to go back to, the living, the right way of living. Actually, I'm very drawn to that, and also so look forward to, what is your solution to that. So after your presentation, actually, I have a lot of question mark. So my question mark is like, okay, so now you created the space. I think the question mark is why would people want to be there? What actually attracts people to be there? Not just about the people that use the space, or what would be, because you talk about, the life is very fast paced, people are looking for something in contrast, and also deeper meanings of a culture. You talk about mahjong, you talk about the paper art, but I don't quite see the things being translated to the end. And my question is like, what is actually the things that attracts people to your space?
Like for my experience, like why the place are attractive, basically, like I use Hong Kong example, like M+, and also some kind of renewal project. I think the most attractive is the spatial, because and it's also one of the characteristic of my project. This is the spatial. The spatial is that it's transformable. I think that's the point why people want to see in here. I want to see, for me, I want to see how it could be transformable. I want to see when it's daytime, how it look like, and when is the day weekend, how it look like. And then that's one of the characteristics about my project, and that's also an attractive part about the whole project, the transformable. And then for the other things is that I think is the experience. In this space, it can provide a very special experience for you because like the elements between the elements, all the things in a box to another box, and then I think that experience, spatial experience, is one of the characteristics also. And for the last one is the heritage. The heritage, I think as Hong Kong people, they want to have some kind of fun in the weekend, so as me. So for me, I would do different kind of workshops. But if I can have a places for having those workshops in a single places, and that would be attractive. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Amina.
Thank you for your presentation. I agree with all the judges. I don't have any question. I just wanted to give you a feedback. I'm also concerned about the transformative objects.
Yeah.
Who's doing that between the morning and nighttime. The other thing is if you wanted to keep the site out in the nature, are your walls concrete or is there any glass fading out the outside and the inside?
Yeah.
Do they feel like they're in nature when they're in there?
For the outside, it would be a warehouse for a factory, so there will be a glass. But for the elements, it's just concrete because you have to be replaced and sustainable. So concrete is the main material.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say maybe to improve this,
Yeah.
you could create maybe not just glass, add some features where it blurs the boundary between the inside and the outside, because it is in a pretty great, amazing area out in the nature, far away from all the hustle and bustle. So that could be something that you could improve on. But yeah.
Yeah.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Wow, right on dot. Thank you so much. All right, so now it's break time. I'm sure you've been holding your pee, so you can go relieve yourself for how long? 10 minutes? So you've got 10 minutes time. Okay, and we'll see you back here. All right? Thank you so much. All right, welcome back to the Interior Design Presentation Showcase. So up next, we have Shu Ying Hai with his project, Tracked Ink. All right, Shu Ying Hai, you can come up to stage.
Hello everyone, I'm Xu Yinghai and I'm representing Malaysia, and I'm about to start my presentation. In Luoyang, Henan, a city as known as the source of Chinese calligraphy culture, on an ordinary residence square, whatever early morning and evening, there are always a group of the people. Some are riding on the ground with the water, and some riding back to home and bring their work to the square to show it. And some are stopped and watching and talking. In this moment, this ordinary square transfer into a spontaneous cultural space. Calligraphy here no longer to be a decoration at a museum, but it is the daily practice that everyone can take part in. But this thing is fading. Aging weakness the physical actives of writing the calligraphy. In the same time, digital technology compress the calligraphy into a symbol on the screen. The perception and the process are stripped away. The culture of the community is fading as well. So I began to think, how can design help these cultural activities keep happening in the community? Here, the Track Ink, a calligraphy community center. The purpose of this project is quite simple. I'm not going to create a new format of the culture, but bringing the calligraphy back to the people's daily life and providing a space for them and let this cultural activity could keep happening in this space. But when the writing happens, doesn't mean build up the understanding for culture to last. The key point is that how to transfer into a learnable process. So why don't we starting from how to writing the calligraphy? So before we starting to writing the calligraphy, you have to know the beauty of the calligraphy is more than black and white. It also comes from the colors that people adding through from their perceptions of the nature. It could be the mountain, trunk, earth, lake, and sky. Adding this perception of the nature, it will finally transfer into the writing order of the calligraphy. And this writing order can finally conclude it as the most basic writing logic of the calligraphy. Therefore, four main functional zones are emerged. The shift from cold to warm color reflected how the privacy is increasing and how the space of the zoning. And this space programming also separate by the four stroke. The first stroke, beginning, which is the hybrid cultural communication space, a place for people to gather and a place for people to starting to stop watching and writing. And then a platform for cultural to grow and separate. The second stroke, connection, is transitional social space. It is actually a corridor for linking and a bridge for walking. In the end, all the space will finally meet here. The third stroke, transformation, which is the cultural experiences space. In this space, people will from watching to the participating, and from students to change. The exhibition and the activities switches. All the experience itself in this space will finally transfer into the writing gadget. And the last stroke, combination, which is the interactive knowledge hub, a meeting point of the knowledge and a field for interactive learning and the recreational zone be here. All of this process, programming and the stroke are not from an abstract deduction, but step-by-step grounding from writing logic to place it into the observation of the existing site. Luoyang Tianxing Cultural Industrial Park, formerly Luoyang Construction Machinery Factory from China's first 5-year plan period. And the country's first road roller being born here carries the memories of the old Luoyang. After revelation at 2017, it became a cultural landmark around this community. But the culture around here is over-commercialized, that's what I see. And people doesn't have a truly usable space, public space for them. So I saw the opportunity that people need such a space for them to let the cultural activity to take part in. After that, the design doesn't starting from the form, but starting from the writing structure. The overall concept is coming from Tang Dynasty's wild grass. It is emotional and hard to understand at first. But if you break it down, you will finally find out those are the most basic structure of the calligraphy stroke, which is the horizontal, vertical, right folding, and left folding stroke. I'm bringing those most basic stroke structure into and translate them into the spatial organization. Now, when we are all ready, let's starting our first stroke, which is the beginning. It will finally lead to our memory. 3 levels in this space, inspired by 2,000 years Chinese embarrassed structure. Gathering and retail at the ground floor. Sometimes it could be the exhibition. And also, 2 calligraphy practice rooms being settling at the 2nd floor. Beyond this is more on the people's daily choices. Let's starting from the ground floor. The Dokong structure comes from traditional Chinese architecture elements like the old tree over here. They are all the carriers bringing the cultures and our memories. Please think about it. When we was children, we play under the tree, and when we're getting old, we rest under it. So the trees and the structure remains, the culture and the memory remains. At the 2nd floor, 2 calligraphy practice rooms arranged in a grid. They repeat and cycle here. Like the countless time we practice horizontal and vertical stroke when we're learning the calligraphy process. Hope you remember the path that we come through. The work being practiced here can straightaway send to the display area at the side. So each pieces comes from an ordinary person, so that everyone could join writing the calligraphy, not just a watcher. With the path we come through, the path ahead is getting more clearer. The brush moves and does working. It leads to the 2nd stroke connection. The existing factory structure merges with the wooden flooring. Large opening make the corridor naturally and clear. Surrounded by the stainless steel panel and a well-meshed partition, strong, recyclable, and guiding the movement. In the calligraphy, this 2nd stroke connection is more matter on the brush movement, so that in the space design is more focused on the circulation in the space, in each space, so that as you can see, each space are linking bridge and reachable directly. By changes of the pressure, brush pressure and expressed different function in the space. This will finally lead to our 3rd stroke, which is the transformation. The transformation in the calligraphy means changes of the direction and the rhythm. And I translate them into the space where a calm place, where the people does stop and moving, and where does the things does change. By extracting and shortening the line from the well-grasped writing, I design a path structure from point to the line, then to the surface, and to the volume. An abstract writing path that being transferred into a walkable spatial structure. The original structure are partially open up, is creating a vertical and horizontal interlocking relationship. And the stairs here no longer just be a tools and also is an interface for people to walking and communication. As people rest, pause, stop, and turning, all the movement in the space will finally transfer into the dynamic writing in the space. The structure also makes people flow by level. As you can see, every entry can from different direction, from ground floor, then to the first, and to the second. Each ascent are transformation. In this space, I also introduced a multifunctional unit. It's designed from abandoned factory containers. The function will be changed with the people needs. Sometimes it could be a temporary tea room or a small dining, even a retail room. From daily rest to the cultural event, it's keep updating. For responding to the earlier idea that we're talking about adding the natural element while we're writing the calligraphy, so the climbing plants leave the trees not only in the space but also in the time. After continued learning and understanding the calligraphy, here does a summary as our last stroke combination. I combined it with traditional 四合院 organization with this space. Different purpose of the area being separated by the levels, but in the end, the core remains connected. In this space, also included a study room, library, and a huge interactive installation. When you first entering this space, the first thing you notice is the interactive device at the first floor. Above, pieces sway by flow, and below, the wooden pieces are curved each part of the calligraphy. That's where you got the two pieces. When you combine these two together, we'll finally form a new format of the calligraphy. It will be helping you to understand how the calligraphy being built. In the end, your own calligraphy work now being completed. What is this project responding is more than a space issue. It's respond to the despairing cultural community connection and providing a space for people to watching, stop, and talking. People no longer just using this space, they recreation the culture. The scattered calligraphy culture are reorganized and continued in this space. In this process, the culture no longer something as a form, and the legacy no longer something has to be preserved. Let's back to the open thing. Some are writing on the ground with the water, some are showing, some are stop, watching, and talking. This is an undesigned cultural state. What this project doing is not going to replace it. It's going to let this cultural activity can keep happening in the space. So that the track ink is not a mission have to be completed, but it's a process that community can be keep writing on in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Yinghai. All right, judges. Digesting, yes. Yes, for sure. As many times as you want. There's no, waiting.
What an amazing project. Well done.
Thank you very much.
I'm just amazed, to be honest. I just have one question.
Okay.
Okay, I'll give you the feedbacks first. I loved how you incorporated calligraphy into your whole space, how it flows vertically and horizontally as well. Amazing job. The animations, the renderings, it all really translated what you're trying to say. Very easy to understand. The only question is, why was it only black, white, and brown? According to the colors, in terms of the colors. Was there an opportunity to incorporate more colors? Or was there some reason behind that?
It's also based on the daily choices of the people in the functional changes. Probably later on, let's talk about the containers that was mentioned about this multi-purpose. So later on, probably going to transfer into a temporary tea room, and probably it will paint into the green.
Okay.
And then later on, maybe to a retail, maybe change to the red.
Okay.
Or later on, maybe retail dining, maybe to be yellow. So
Yeah.
it's more based on the people's daily choices.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Because I understand red is a very important color for your culture as well. I was just hoping to see a bit of red in there that merges with the calligraphy and the culture.
Okay.
But well done, amazing job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, Matthew.
Thank you for the presentation. I think my question is, if you are given a second chance to improve your project, which part of the design you will improve further and why?
Which part of the design I'm going to improve?
And why? This is either a question that will help you or destroy you.
Okay. I think I got no problem actually. But actually, somehow the has to be more clear about the purpose in the space. I think that's one of my problem.
And how are you going to improve it?
How are you going to improve it? That is a good question, huh?
You can discuss with Matthew after this also. Not yet.
Yeah, like the finish I was talking about is going to give to the community and writing in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just thinking about all the mechanical issues and HVAC and aircon and all of that. And by default, the way you designed it fixes everything. So technically, I cannot even fault it. I would like to thank you for this beautiful presentation that you did. The thinking is amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ivy. Sorry?
I don't really have a question. I guess just a reflection of the presentation. I agree. I really appreciate how you translate the idea or the thought behind calligraphy into physical design, like the verticality, horizontal, and the movements. We can really see, or even the grid formation of calligraphy into how you place your design, to grids design and the structure. I guess I wish, because calligraphy is not just grids, they are modular, and you show that in your design, but the curve that create other meanings, I can see some in the staircase, but I wish that was more expressed, I guess, in the overall design. It reads currently very grid-like, just verticality and horizontal. We don't really read like the other elements of calligraphy in design. But I really enjoyed the flow, that how you expressed, the philosophy of calligraphy into your design. So
thank you.
Well done.
Great. All right. Thank you so much, Ying-Hai. Thank you. Up next, we have Patty Maljan with her project Kampehan. All right. Welcome, Patty.
Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Mabuhay! I'm Patty from the Philippines, and today, judges, we're going to start a little different. We're going to do an age check. We're going to do an age check. But don't worry, I'm just going to guess the range, okay? So I'm taking a closer look. Oh, very young, very youthful. So let me guess. 5 years old to 15, right? Can we all agree on that? Yes, okay. So since we're all so young, we're going to start with this game, a short game of tag, really, and then we're going to start it like how we do in the Philippines. So we start with kampihan. It means the formation of teams or alliances. So we're going to put our hands here. Okay, can I invite the judges to just reach out on hand here, IDR, IV. Also, everyone, your seatmates, you can do this too. Yeah. Tech team, do it too. Okay, so we're going to say kampihan. So we're going to say kampihan, and then we're going to go flip our hands up or down. And then whoever is it, it's going to determine who's the it, okay? So kampihan. Okay, on hand we go like that. Okay, ready? Kampihan. One more. Oh, you're it! Oh, run! I'm just kidding. That moment, laughter, excitement, and play once echoed through every Filipino street. But today, that scene is fading. Earlier in the background, you could hear children. Those were the children of Miramar, Cebu. But they weren't always playing like that. Just last year, we spent a week over there to do a service project, and my team and I noticed something. At a very young age, they weren't running, not chasing, but waiting for their turn to hold a phone. The sun was out, but the most accessible playground was a screen. But can we blame them? This is their community playground. When streets are busy, the sun is harsh, and there are no safe open public spaces, there are fewer chances to pass down traditional games, and play begins to change. When space disappears, culture follows. As traditional play becomes less accessible around the world, with it decreasing by almost 50% for the next generations, we're not just losing activity, we're losing movement systems, social interaction, intergenerational learning, and cultural continuity. Research shows that traditional play carries long-term benefits in our physical, emotional, and social development. And looking back, I realized that the skills I use today, like planning, communication, and teamwork, were all first learned through games. These games don't just pass time, they shape who we become. We carry the lessons that we learn into our homes, our work, and the future that we build. So, for the kids, we made a floor mural, and it featured 6 Filipino traditional games. One of the parents said immediately, "I hope this pushes through. I want to teach my child the games that I played when I was little." This is a testament to legacy. So we had one day, a very, very small budget, and a blank concrete floor, so we involved the kids in making the mural. And the mural wasn't even finished, but something already shifted. No phones, no screens, and just the sound of children playing outside again. People don't need convincing to play. They need a space. So with this proof of concept in mind, what if we made something more intentional, permanent, and accessible? A space bringing back the legacy of traditional play that allows it to continue across generations and cultures. Where the young learn from the old, sorry for the term, and where the old remember through the young. Everyone in this room, we fall under young, okay? Right? Okay. So everyone, judges, kids, welcome to Kampihan, a community space that revives culture and legacy through intergenerational play. The site, Cebu, a design and culture capital in the Philippines, already has plans in motion. So they plan to transform this inactive railway site into a community park with funding already being considered. It's perfect because it's flat, accessible, and centrally located between schools, churches, government offices, and it's within residential dwellings. And its defined perimeter and zoning potential is great for redevelopment into a public area. So the site plan takes the shape of Campihan, just like us earlier, hands coming together. And within these 4 quadrants, we have 17 spaces, and we're going to go through them like a breeze. So first, we're met by a guard post just for safety, registration, and tracking from all of the 4 main entrances. And then while the layout is intuitive, we have wayfinding and signages for guidance. Okay, on to our first stop. We go back to our roots. We have the traditional playground, so running, jumping, and throwing games. We have all of that implemented through a floor mural zoning system, grass surfaces, breeze block partitions, and a canopy system for shade. So here the elders teach and the children play. I can't teach you all the games here from the Philippines, so I'll just show you when we go there. Okay, but Mom, I want the slides and the swings. Okay, relax. We're going to the conventional playground. But here, it's reimagined through repurposed materials. So you have your conventional swings, slides, we have sensory boxes, but they're all made with a more sustainable material approach. But there's something different when you're playing in a wide open space, right? So we go to the multipurpose field. Here, it's for unstructured play, open group games, or maybe flying the kite. You also get to exercise your imagination through this bahay kubo or a nipa hut, and users are given a chance to build, rearrange, and make their own play environments through guides and loose materials like bamboo, rattan, fabric, and more. Oh, Ate, umuulan, umuulan! It's raining! Take cover in the movement halls. So here, these are indoor flexible spaces for, dance or maybe some martial arts. There really isn't a limit. We're supported with breeze block partitions and fans for ventilation. We have mirrors for form finding and correction. Up front, we have a small stage for teaching, and then right outside, we have lockers as well. Okay, let's take a break from the moving and get into some listening. We have the music hall. So it's for rhythm and music. So we're talking cultural instruments, folk songs, and the like. So we're supported by tiered seating with storage underneath. And then in the middle, we have a bigger area for bigger instruments and group practices. We have mounted cultural instruments. And then we have a high ceiling and acoustic wall paneling systems for sound and resonance. I think all of us, we share this thing when we were young, right? We would play these hand games, right? They're nodding. So in the Philippines, we have this song and the hand game called, okay. Leron, leron, cinta. Okay, I'm gonna stop there. This is not a singing competition. Okay, so we have the multipurpose hall. Here, it's for performances, exhibitions, or just to show your newfound games. We have an open floor plan with foldable seating and staging that can be stored in adjacent storage areas. And then we have coral stone accent walls, and then a high ceiling for future lighting installations. Okay. The sun is out. Let's get outside. So we can explore trees, plants, and flowers in the local nature park. So here we're integrating play directly into the landscape. And with that, we can play hide and seek, tag, turning nature into part of the play experience. Then we also have a pond for paper boat races when we were young. And then we also have a custom seating and chairs for board games. I don't know if you guys did. No, you guys do this too. So when I was here in the hotel, they gave me a bracelet with flowers. We also have that in the Philippines. This is santan. So you can do crafts like this as well in the craft room. So we used to make our own toys. So kites, origami, it's endless. So you can do that here through workshop tables, a wash counter for cleaning and crafting, storage for materials, and then walls to showcase your works or feature cultural art. Okay, no materials? It's okay. We can go to the toy shop. Here, get locally sourced materials, tools, or cultural toys to enhance your play experience. We have modular display islands and then shelving with integrated storage. And then right outside, over here, we have the bazaar space. So let's say in the craft room, I made these bracelets, right? I can sell them in the community bazaar. So it's for seasonal markets, community selling, and just like that, at the age of 7, I'll be a millionaire. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. At the center of it all, we have the Tree of Youth, a mahogany tree native and already on site. And it is acting as an anchor of Campihan both spatially and symbolically. And it brings us back to where it all started, the mural project. So in the center, we have a space for drawing, informal play, and to simply just gather. And it reminds us that play is rooted in place, grows through people, and continues across generations. Now, after all that play, like later we're gonna eat lunch, oh my gosh, I'm excited. We have food. Experience the flavors of the local community through the food hub. Here we have featuring your local street food through Sari Sari store-inspired kiosks. Then we have refectory-style dining tables to reinforce community interaction and connection through food. Okay, so in summary, these are the materials that I used in Campihan. These are all cost-efficient and abundant in Cebu with comparable alternatives in other regions and countries. And then we have our colors from Nippon Paint. They're all a dynamic spectrum guided by color psychology to spark engagement, boost energy, and foster positive emotions. So responding to sun and wind paths, we're prioritizing thermal comfort and ventilation through fans, breeze blocks, large windows, and spatial planning. Campihan is a space for all the senses: touch, sight, hearing, taste, and smell. Here, we're able to create a full sensory experience, allowing play, connection, and learning to happen naturally. So we also have to prioritize safety because these are kids. So we follow child-friendly design so there aren't any harmful protrusions, everything is very visible. And then we're also giving PWD-friendly access through ramps and a restroom. And then we have support spaces for like a clinic, admin, and then of course we have toilet and wash areas for further support. Okay, so we also have various fun seating types, keeping parents and elders present but not intrusive. This supports risky play where children are able to climb, fall, and then try again. So research shows that this kind of play actually builds confidence, risk awareness, decision-making, and resilience. So these are, Campihan is sustainable socio-culturally, environmentally, and economically while aligning with these key SDGs. So we're promoting active lifestyles and good well-being. We're creating teaching, job, and entrepreneurial opportunities. We're building durable and innovative spaces. And we're enhancing urban life by creating cultural spaces that are accessible for all social classes. Timeless fun, connection, and heritage. These are the foundations of Campihan. With this, we're able to create a system where play turns into memory, memory turns into culture, and culture turns into legacy. While the games I've showed earlier are uniquely Filipino, they reflect a universal truth. Play is shared across history, time, and culture. It is an innate human need. Every place has their own versions of play in dance, craft, games, and music, from sepak takraw in Thailand, batu seremban in Malaysia, tag and hide and seek from all around the world. The parallels are endless, and that is exactly the point. The best game here, however, is Patintero from the Philippines. I'm kidding. No, okay. For fun fact, Patintero, actually, we have that game also in our neighboring countries, and they just have a different term for it. Okay, if we don't address this, we risk a generation growing up disconnected from play and a legacy slowly fading into passivity. We're already seeing the same loss, but we're also standing on the same opportunity to bring back play into the spaces we build and the way we live together. These games are not gone, but simply waiting to be made accessible again. Campihan is not just a place to play, but a place to remember the legacy of where we came from, who we are, and how we move forward together. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Patty. All right. Don't be shy. It's okay to be the first. Yes, yeah, that's right. It's usually Shamina, then Matthew, and then Ivy, then
We have a. Thank you so much for your amazing presentation.
Thank you.
Love your outfit as well.
Oh, thank you.
I can see you put an effort.
This
to
is from
match.
the Philippines. Yeah, it's a designer. So we have a pad paper. Everyone in grade school, we have pad paper, right?
I remember drawing
Yeah.
on those papers.
Did it look like this also?
Used to at a point, yeah. Well done. I have a few questions. Okay, I'll just do two and I'll let you guys go with the others. I've seen the, but, sorry. What a great idea to bring the community, the younger generations together. I noticed that you said at the beginning it's an intergenerational space.
Yes.
But mostly it was focused on kids at the end. So my question would be, how are you bringing the adults into this playground? Question one. The other thing is, have you thought about special needs kids? Because the colors that you've used are very vibrant and it could trigger some of those kids. And is there an area, I mean, we don't want to isolate them, but would there be services or will there be people looking after them? Because I know you have some safety measures. You have taken some safety measures, but I noticed some of the furniture, the steps, they're pretty high for kids to just be on their own. So are there anything like that incorporated in your project?
Okay.
Thank you.
I think I can answer both questions with one answer. So, intergenerational. We have the adults coming in as teachers. They're the ones holding that legacy and they're moving it forward by passing it to the children. So, like I mentioned earlier, the quote, I want to teach my child the games I played when I was little. So that's how they're involved. And earlier I showed seating types that are for adults. So they have an area, they can also chill in the food hub. They're just close by. So when it comes also to special needs, so we have actually, okay, it's not important. But there were spaces that I implemented, like kids in wheelchairs, and there's always space for an adult companion to be there. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Special needs kids as in kids who are on the spectrum as well, who could be triggered by the colors. Yeah.
Okay, so when it comes to the colors, however, I do have vibrant colors, but they're not implemented like very, like for example here, the colors are only hints and accents. So hopefully that's enough for nothing harmful to happen. But other than that, we don't have like, I think it's also my presentation that's very vibrant. But in terms of implementing them in the interior, they're only accents because I also really wanted to consider that because my coach actually from the Philippines, her child has special needs. So I also took that into mind as well.
That's amazing to hear. My feedback would be, I was really looking forward to see the integration of kids playing with the plants, you know, planting some trees, learning about the trees, learning about the traditional fruits, because you had that opportunity in that area.
Yes.
That would be my feedback. And the other thing is I would have loved to see you take this into a vertical play area rather than just using the ground floor.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll let the rest of the judges, well done.
Okay, thank you.
Talk about it.
Okay. Wow. I think it's a very amazing presentation.
Thank you so much.
I'm really impressed. It actually reminds me on how purposeful design can actually impact lives and inspire the next generation. And good design can actually helps to shape human behavior.
Yes.
And I think the most important is to create the awareness. So design is not just about aesthetic, but how it's function and how it's inspire life.
Yes.
So I think I'm very touched to see this. Well done. And I have a question. I think it's sort of like, I have two questions basically. One question is, I saw in some of your visuals, you actually includes, kids with different condition, with wheelchair. So why do you includes that in your visual? I want to understand.
In my vision?
In your visual, in your 3D
Why do I
visual.
include the people with the wheelchair?
Yes.
Oh, in my visuals, okay. I really wanted it to be a place for inclusivity. I feel like play is a experience that everyone should have at any age, any background. So I did not want them to be excluded. So, I mean, of course, if they're on a wheelchair, we're not expecting them to run, right? So we have spaces like the craft room for them to, like this, we have spaces like the craft room. There's actually a ramp up here so that they can have play in other forms. Like maybe they're not given the chance to see or hear. So they're also, let's say they can't see. They have the music hall for their sense of hearing. Like I said earlier, it's a full sensory experience. So if you don't have one experience, it doesn't automatically redact you from playing. There's an endless chance for you to play because I believe everyone should have that chance, Paul.
Okay, thank you. And there's a follow-up question. And it's probably a bit deep for you to think about it. In which part of design or how your design would help these children with different condition makes them feel same like an ordinary kids?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
So the question is, in which part of your design or in your design, how your design would help those kids with different condition, like on a wheelchair, how to make them feel like they're ordinary?
Okay, so play, as mentioned earlier, it was like it's a shared experience. So when they're part of that sharing, we just give them access through a wheelchair, but we don't make them feel left out of place. Like there's not a separate table for them to craft. They're still part of the group, but it's made sure that they have access to it. So as long as we give them access and we're not trying to make them feel left out, so they're still part of the group in that design, I feel that with that way, we're able to make them have that experience that is shared and not them feeling like they're not part of the play.
Great, thank you.
All right, we are 1 minute over the time. So, well, the judges can decide during deliberation if you want. But unless there's a dying question.
Is that deducted for me or no?
No, that will be discussed with the judges. The judges will decide. I'm sure they'll be nice.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Okay, so that's it. Okay, thank you so much, Patty.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Jishnu, yes, Jishnu, with your project title, Chennai Academy, oh no, sorry. I was reading your university name. Continuum of Knowledge.
Yeah.
Yes, take it away.
Hello everyone, I am Jishnu from India. So introducing my project, Continuum of Knowledge. So we live in the world where we remember the labels, religion, ethnicity, but forgotten the original purpose. To understand this, we must look into the history. If we look into the cultural and heritage damage, it shows how the history was erased to destroy a civilization identity. Even today, in modern era, it continues. Over 520 cultural sites was damaged in Russian-Ukraine war, and 160 cultural sites were damaged in Gaza war, and 130 national monuments were damaged in Israel-Iran war. History is no longer decaying, it's being deleted. World knows India is rich in cultural diversity and the civilization that holding its varied cultural diversity. India, diversity flow from the top. Kashmir is a gateway for scholars, and all over the world it welcomes. And Kashmir, it shaped our identity and culture for centuries. Kashmir is an intellectual gateway for scholars, philosophers, and astronomers. From all over the world, they travel into the mountain and passes Kashmir to enter into Indian subcontinent. So Kashmir, the mind of the people is vast as Himalayas. But now, the Kashmir, greatest beauty, became its greatest burden. Always, someone tried to own this heaven, they ended up damaging its soul. Due to this, people lost their culture, heritage, even their home. Destruction of monuments leads to displacement of people. Today, the world knows Kashmir as a conflict zone. It's defined by borders and disputes.
हमारे बच्चों की किताबें, यूनिफॉर्म, खाने का सामान, गैस, सब चीज़, मकान, सब चीज़ खत्म हो चुकी है। अब रहने की कोई जगह नहीं है। जंगबंदी होनी चाहिए, इसमें आम गरीबों का नुकसान होता है, दोनों ममालिक का नुकसान होता है। जंगबंदी होनी चाहिए, जंग से क्या निकलेगा? नुकसान ही है, वो कुछ नहीं।
Timeline shows the golden age from King Lalita Aditya to the modern era of sufferings. Martha and Sun Temple, it's standing at the center, it's ultimate victim of this collective amnesia. Even the religious can be a private experience, but the Martha and Sun Temple core value is public intellects. It's a time when architecture celebrated as astronomy and science. Here, my design bring back the function of this cultural node, the experiential learning space, continuum of knowledge. First, initially, I started with sketches, experimenting various spaces. First is form is focused on the center of the temple. So first, it's a solid stone, then it's pitted into geometry and continuity in spaces, porous for openness, and all the spaces, interior spaces, it's connected to memories. To represent the deep culture, the interior spaces were organized into 4 different nodes: node of sun, node of voice, node of hand, and node of world. The planning was categorized into 3 different periods of time: past, present, and future. The pathway is not just a straight path, it's a sequence, it heals and pulls you towards the future. So the physical bridge, it's aligns with the temple and it's connect the exterior and interior of the building. To create a relationship between the nature, buildings, the natural elements has been integrated in the interior spaces. The energy piles is used for sustainability and building is off submerged to be climate responsive locally. So here, certain colors are available in Kashmir. So combining these colors of slate stones to create a visual interest, also these colors are based on the program. So the materials were chosen from Kashmir traditional architecture. So experimenting various techniques with the local artisans. So here, the material palette changes from darker tone to lighter tone. Even the furniture were designed and aligned with it. So here, to bring back the sensory experience that once they had, the spaces were carefully designed, not only to create a visual interest, also to feel the people to their olfactory. So here, the landscape is changes from darker green to silvery green. So even the plants were chosen from the local landscape of Kashmir. So the form is positioned along the axis to focus the temple. So the materials were carefully chosen. It's to blur the boundary between the nature and the man-made building. So culture, it's not always visible. The 10% you see, it's just cloth, craft, and language. But the most important 90% is under the surface, the Vedic science, culture of living, and religious harmony. So my design bring back these 90%, the value of Kashmir that once they had. So each spaces were carved to fit the life inside them. Some were intimate and some were narrow. But every space, the air feels different. Water define purification. At the entrance, you will hear the sound of flowing water. It symbolically purifies your mind before entering into the interior spaces. As you walk down, the vertical walls were placed to represent the terrain of the Kashmir. The waiting area, it's the gentle, filtered daylight. It's enter. It's create an ambience of temple architecture. Astronomical exhibition space show the relationship between the modern science and Hindu philosophy. Between two built volume, the transition space is acting as a playscape for the children. It's a safe and secure playscape. The children can free moolly that the values that once they had. So the learning space are tactile and immersive. The inclined tree-like structural elements create a forest-like atmosphere. It allows the children to feel and engage to the natural material and the tactility of the nature. So the experiential design fosters the curiosity and the sensory learning. So the archaeological exhibition space, if you pass through the say older stones, you feel the weight of the centuries. The stone is the remembrance of the life which is occupied long before us. So the linear gallery spaces were dedicated for the local art and craft. Earth always defines stability, security, and peace. To bring back it, so these spaces capture the landscape of the Kashmir and the natural setting of the Marthan Sun Temple. Inside it, there are 84 abstraction of strain is positioned to honor the origin of the temple. So in Hindu cosmology, it represents 8.4 billions of life. So as a passage, if you walk through it, you feel and hear the footstep of people walking above you. It creates a feeling of uncertainty. The glass walkway above represents the outer world. It shows the entire view of Marthan Sun Temple, the remainings. The pathway is made up of metal grills. While you're walking, you will feel you are being unstable. It shows the reality of the Kashmir. The lush green wall at the entrance you view from the front, but you are viewing from the different side. It's the same space, but two different sides create two different feelings. It shows the current situation of the Kashmir. So the amphitheater space where the people can gather and share their thoughts together. So the stones were trapped behind the metal grills. It represents the people of the Kashmir. In olden days, these patterns were created in the soft metal wood. To represent it, I created it in hard metal to show the cultural change over the time. The massive stone represents hope and rest. So the gallery space that displays the traditional art and craft of the Kashmir. So library space plays a major role in my design. If you want to build a nation, you have to educate the youth. The grand volume of learning space offers your imagination to rise. It's a space, it's rediscover science, philosophy, literature, that is the value that once they had before. Fire, in Indian custom, it represents guidance and transformation. To represent it, the dedicated fire space is designed for comfortability. The seatings were geo-activated, so it encourages the people to gather and interact. So the workspace were integrated with active learning environment where the people, different culture people can engage with the local artisans. The market space, it's really a sensory space. Even the smell of the material and the craft, it's to get together the people and they will engage. So the space of enlightenment, it's begin with the dark path and lead you to the quiet space. The single ray of light lighten up the entire space. In center, the Kashmiri state tree, chinar, its position, it even changes to the season. The sitting is inspired from Indian way of cross-legged sitting. So, finally, as you walk through the bridge, the temple is slowly revealed in frames. The roof is acting as a social space. It's inspired from traditional architecture of Kashmir. So in section, you can see the different volume of the space and how the play of light is shows. So models were printed to experiment how the play of light behave and the ambience of the interior spaces. So finally, in a conflict, the cultural center is often targeted instead of whole neighborhood. It's hard to destroy a whole town, but it's easy to destroy an important landmark. However, the cultural center is gone, people fall apart. However, if you rebuild it, the people started settling themselves. This building proves that culture and heritage can never be killed, only reborn in different ways. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vishnu. So Shamina, Shamina? Or yes? Okay. Yes, is a thing.
Hi. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Well done. I just have a few questions regarding the ventilation. I can see that there are openings. The light flows through them. It's amazing. But are they open, or is there a glass panel that blocks these openings? And in the library and some of those spaces, how do you manage the ventilation? Is there any mechanical systems? And that's the second question. The third question is for the kids area. Why did you keep it closed? Why wasn't it open to the outside? Is it submerged underground, or did you think of keeping them somewhere above the ground so that they can have a, open space? So 3 questions.
Okay. Generally, I'm answering your first question. The openness in the roof, as you see, there are glass. It's covered for rainwater and things like that happen. The two sides, it's open. For example, these sides and this side, it's not covered with glass because the building is energy pile system. It's already comfortable. Even climatically, the building is submerged to be climate responsive. It's the traditional architecture. So there is no need of AC or HVAC kind of thing. So I have roof is covered because of water constraint and thing. The second question you ask the playscape. In that scenario, parents, they will not allow the children to play anywhere. So it's very crucial place. They have natural settings, but they don't allow the children to play outside because the tragedy is happening outside. So even they are killing tourists they don't know when they will kill, when the terrorist attack will happen. So the interior spaces, even I made the interior spaces in the transition path. There are open, close, open, close. There are programs happening in the closed space. The interior spaces is happening at the center. For example, the open spaces, it's happening in the center of the transition space. Wait a minute. So these are the open spaces, and these are the closed programmatical spaces. What you see in the library space, it's positioned here. It's a semi-open spaces. The one side of the library is connected with the exterior of the landscape, and the center space it's closed. So based on different activities, the programs will classified. The final. Okay, the final space, as the space of enlightenment, you started with the dark part and ended into the quiet space. Even that space is completely open. Only the floor plates were defined, but both the side it's open. It's like there are open spaces, there are landscape. I integrated into the interior spaces because the exterior situation is not good as it is. So that is the reason.
No worries. Thanks for the explanation.
Okay, thank you. I think.
Can I go first? I just have some observations and maybe some questions mixed together. Initially, when I look at your design, it's very impressive, but the scale seems to overwhelm the actual monument. But once I realized that it's mostly submerged, I think that made it better, okay, but I'm still questioning whether the scale is quite competing with the actual monument. I'm also concerned with some spaces, play area, you have lots of plantings and flowers, everything, but there seems to be limited daylight, so I'm not sure how that would actually be realized. I want to question you about the views to the monument. So I'm assuming guests would come here, appreciate the displays, the libraries, the play zone, and then they would visit the monument. Is there a reveal, or what's your flow of revealing the monument to the guests within your space? I only saw, I think there's an amphitheater that has an open, I'm assuming that you just look entirely out towards the monument, and there's a long corridor with the, but is is there a moment where you slowly reveal, is my question, or is there like a room that's enclosed and suddenly it's open? What's your thoughts on that?
Okay, I'm answering your total 5 questions. So first, initially, the spaces, it's huge compared to the building, because in the ancient time, I don't know, like in ancient time, there are many functions, they are focused in the temple. If you take the temple program, there are many functions. There is astronomical exhibition spaces and the manuscript and the sculpture. They put all the function in the one core spaces, but as in modern days, we can't do it. The temple is vast as it is. Even this space, volume of space, it's not enough to fit in the whole function, what happened in the temple long before us. So it's so vast. That's why the building program is huge. Again, the second question, the temple is slowly revealed. It is intentional. When you walk through the ramp, you see the top of the temple from long back. So, wait a minute. So, I don't go to. So, so if you walk from here, the roof of the temple, you will see. It will create a curiosity. Then the people will start moving towards. Then it's pull you towards the building, which shows the history of the temple, what is there and what happened before. It's a kind of information, you are gathering it. So again, it will create a curiosity to see the temple. So finally, after creating all the curiosity and these are the things happen. So that's why the planning is categorized like past. They are learning the past. In the present, they are seeing the current situation. In the future, they are well-being, gone as well-being by taking this all the morals and stories and the ethics. Finally, it's called the temple. Now it's positioned but the ruins, but it's a divine. So finally, after every story narration, slowly the temple is revealed. Then the people get to know, so this is the temple. So that is the thing I showed the temple last. So I think I answered your question.
I think then it's a question of representation. I mean, gorgeous drawing, but I guess in plan we can't tell, do you see or not see what the journey is? So maybe it's a question of representation that, the first glimpse, that's the intention, and that's the second glimpse, the way you tell your story. So it's in the design, but it's the way you explain to us would help.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for the presentation. I think it reminds me of my recent visit to Tada Ando's work. That is, I see a lot of shadows, how you create it. And it reminds me also the fundamental of design is about, how people will behave and also emotional transition throughout the spaces. And your technique is not so much on the finishing of interior design or whatsoever, but the proportion, the scale, the light and shadow. I think that is a fundamental of design that a lot of young designers should remember, because there's a lot of just finishing. So it's not so much of a question, but I think I'm happy to see, your design. And also, I think it's easy to create complicated design, a very complex design. Yeah. But it's not easy to create a design that's as simple, but transition of space, trigger emotion, and how people feel. I think that is something that is lacking in the design industry that, we should be reminded, how people will feel and in terms in the transitional space.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's good. Thank you so much, Jishnu. A round of applause for Jishnu.
Presentation.
Okay. Let's welcome up next Shuvro Ghosh with his project Threads of Hope.
Everyone, is it working? Oh, okay. Hi everyone, I'm Shubhro from Bangladesh, and today I am going to tell you a story, the threads of hope from my country. Let's start from the history. It's 1760, the Industrial Revolution began. Machine entered human life. Production became faster, louder, and more mechanical. Production became power, and efficiency became identity. But in our subcontinent, we grew differently. Here, culture grew, craft grew, and tradition grew. Our everyday life became an art form. Color runs in our blood, and stories live in our hand. From song to stitches, from festival to fabric, everything is always handmade. And Nokshikatha is one of them. It's totally handmade. Our stories breathe through cloth, flower blooms, river flows, and all our memories stitched in every part of the Nokshikatha. Our life, our time, reborn as Nokshikatha. And being a GI certified product, it's globally representing our country. In fact, a traditional and rural craft with an international value. And mostly the workers are women, and mostly 95% of the skilled artisans are women, which is a great example of women empowerment. And it's not just a fabric, it's our culture, it's our tradition, and it's our identity of our country. And Nokshikatha also contributes to our economy. It connects from root to reality. But something is breaking. Urbanization has changed our lifestyle, and joint families become nuclear, shared courtyard disappear, and community spaces shrank. And that's why, and also blankets, comforts, and factory-made products has already replaced Nokshikatha. And for that reason, the artisans are slowly losing their profession and their livelihood, their community, and their hope. And we are losing our centuries-old tradition and our own culture. So what can be the solution? Let's start. My site is in Jamalpur, Bangladesh. In our country, Nokshikatha is practiced in almost all districts, but Jamalpur is different because in that Jamalpur, the Nokshikatha of Jamalpur is stitched, is always handmade. Machine cannot never replace this stitching pattern. And almost 4,000 families, and which is almost 90% of that area, are directly or indirectly involved with that profession. And I already said that 95% of the artisans are women. Even in recent time, in 2024, it's recognized as the GI product of Bangladesh, which gives it the cultural and national significance. But beyond this significance, I wanted to explore the real stories of my craft and the craftsmen and the artisans, their life, their struggles, and the realities behind the craft. So let's go to Jamalpur and see and listen to the artisans themselves. This is Jamalpur, and that's the courtyard where they work collectively. And that's the artisans. Say, talking of love from the artisans. Thank you.
তো আমাদের একটা সিস্টেম করে দেন জানি আমরা সবাই মিলে একসাথে কাজটা করতে পারি একটা সহযোগিতা এনে করে দিলে আমরা মনে করেন যে অসহায় মহিলা গরিব ঘরের
This craft is the only income source of their families.
মানে একটা ঘর পেতাম ওই ঘরের মধ্যে কাজ করতে মনে করেন যে আমাদের সুবিধা বোধ হইতো
And they don't need the recognition only. The things that they need, a proper working environment, a workplace, the economic viability of their life, and the dignity also.
বাচ্চা কাচ্চার অভাব অনটন একটু দূর করতে পারতাম ব্যয় করতাম সহযোগিতা পাইতাম তাতে সবচেয়ে বেশি ভালো হতো.
And that's the present condition of the artisans in Jamalpur. And if we look about their present working process, we can see that there is an entrepreneur who collect the raw materials and distribute to the rural women and collect the final finished Nokshikatha from them and sell them at the market at a good price. While the artisans spend days and make a great Nokshikatha artwork, but they can earn only $1.8 per day, which is extremely low. But at the same time, the same product sells for $45 to $450 in the local market or in any brand shop. So if the artisans can sell their product directly to the customers or in any online platform or in the local market, that can ensure their fair wages and also make the Nokshikatha affordable to all types of customers. So, because of poor working conditions and lack of fair pay and basic needs are not met and economic stability is uncertain, so the artisans are slowly leaving that profession or taking it as a second profession. And so what we are losing? We are losing our centuries-old tradition, our own culture, our identity and dignity. Because if the artisans leave their profession, then our tradition and the craft will fade away, and it will fail to pass on to the future generations. So what about their hopes of what happens to their dreams and next generation inherit? What will become of their community? How can we weave their hopes and aspirations with our centuries-old tradition into a single thread? That's where my project begins, the Threads of Hope, reviving Nokshikatha through community design intervention. This is the top view plan of Jamalpur, where we can see that there are some courtiers, the cluster of courtiers. And these courtiers still hold the potential to reconnect the community and their social bond and revive the Nokshikatha and the tradition. And this reflects the Bengalis' socially and communitally cultural effect. And this is my sketch and illustration. When I surveyed that area, I sketched that. And we can see that there is a site, and the artisans, this is the last courtyard of that place. The artisans practice there collectively just only one day in 1 year, because because they are leaving that profession gradually, and it's so pathetic. And so I surveyed there. And it's the actual pictures about during my survey time, and there's the courtyard, and they are working, they are forced to work there because there is no workplace for dedicatedly them. But our country is in the tropical climate zone, so in all climatic conditions it's not possible to work there properly. So it also hampers their livelihood throughout the year. And if we look about their homestead condition, we can see that they use the locally available mud, bamboo, bamboo-woven mat, and tin plate for roof shading. So with all this contextual and vernacular pattern of their homestead, I designed a better workshop for these artisans of our country. And this is the plan and for workshop of that for the Nokshikatha artisans. And there are 4 major functions. And first one, the number 2, is the indoor workshop. And the 1 is the exhibition area, the 8 is the selling point and selling desk, and the 5 and 4 is the indoor storage area, but 5 for the final finished Nokshikatha packaged product, and the 4 is the storeroom for the raw materials of Nokshikatha, and the 6th number is the washroom zone. And the whole functions are connected through the corridors and the stairs and ramps. I use the ramp for the universal access of the artisans. This is the indoor workshop area of the artisans, and where I use where they can sit 15 to 20 people at the same time and work collectively. And I use some perforated low walls in that area because it's ground-oriented work, so it can ensure their airflow in that level. And upper section of that area, as they need proper lighting and airflow, I use that Nokshikatha shading panel, and it can be rotatable. They can rotate and fix the lighting and the airflow in the indoor spaces. And I used some jutes and ropes to ornament the bamboo column. And I used unused cloth under the tin shed roof which works as heat insulation in the roof. And this is the semi-outdoor workspace in front of the indoor workshop area, where they can spread the big size of the fabric and can make the basic canvas of Nokshikatha, and they can take it to the inside and for stitching. This is the exhibition area where they can exhibit their own crafted product to the visitors or to the customers also. And the visitors and customers can buy their product from the selling point from the artisans directly. And this is the indoor store area where they can store their final finished product, packaged product, Nokshikatha, in that area. And it's a portion of wall of thread in the workshop area where there is a punch and perforation in the wall, and where they can showcase their colors of threads in that area. And they can take the threads and stitch there. If we look at the section, we can see that there are some perforations and which likes the color palette of Nokshikatha. But there are some perforations for air ventilation and some for showcasing the colorful threads. And I use the bamboo, locally available the bamboo, bamboo woven mat, bamboo jali, and their own crafted nokshikatha for the interior and material portion. And I use traditional bamboo joining method, traditionally which is practiced in Jamalpur. And for the roofing section, as they use the tin plate, so I use the tin plate to ensure their contextuality to match the vibe. And then I use the bamboo joining truss, and under that I use the unused cloth which works as the heat insulation. And for the sustainable material, I used that I have already told, the mud which is locally available, the bamboo woven mat, the tin plate, the nokshikatha, and the different types of threads in the interior part. And I use the modular grid pattern because every courtyard is not is like the same shape or size. So they can reshape or scalable their space and functions according to the courtyard size that they have. So not just a single courtyard. When every courtyard of that village begins to wave like a single thread, then the whole village and the community transform into a vibrant community and an economic hub named Nokshipolli. So after the design intervention, the artisans can process all that things by themselves. They can make the products in the same place, they can store them, they can sell them directly to the customers. That can ensure their economic viability and dignity. So what we can achieve? We can achieve their economic stability and ensuring their quality of life, their basic needs and women empowerment. And their hope finally unfolds as smile at the end of the day. But nokshikatha is used in various purposes, like my Punjabi or shirt, shari, bags, or jewelries, or many other things. But in my project, I try to use nokshikatha as a futuristic use. Let's see. I use nokshikatha for textile skin, or for display panel, textile wall art, bamboo column ornamentation, craft as heat insulation, and colorful decorative wall of threads, which is the futuristic use of my craft. And if we talk about their waste management of the waste fabrics, that when we cut out the main base for nokshikatha, then there are some small parts of the fabric. So they can use that furthermore, that you can see that the handkerchief, the bags, or patchwork, and this type of work. So these threads now glow as their life of their hope. And what we can achieve through the whole journey, and we can achieve their economic viability by uplifting the community. We can ensure our culture, we can uplift our culture, our own identity. And for the material section, I use locally available material that they have. So we don't need any skilled person to make that. They make it with their own handcrafted, with their own space, and obviously the social impact of the artisans. And that's the project of my workshop for the artisans in Jamalpur place of Bangladesh, and that's the model. And this mud is also from the Jamalpurs. It's mud. And that's all about the project Threads of Hope, reviving the nokshikatha through community design intervention.
Thank you, Shubhra.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is Shamina first, or we have a new judge? Yes, Ivy. Yes, Ivy. We need to hear your voice, Ivy. Yes.
Thank you so much. It's
Thank
a
you,
very
ma'am.
thoughtful presentation.
Thank you.
I observe you use a lot of jali principle of the airflow, right?
Yes.
I liked how you the air was flowing through your round perforations on
Yes.
the
Yes,
on
ma'am.
that level.
Yes.
I also like the wall of hope, the thread.
Walls of thread.
Yeah, yeah,
A
that.
colorful color palette of nokshikatha. That's work like.
Correct,
They can
right.
collect the threads and work there properly.
Correct, right. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I just seem to sit here and keep on admiring to use my critical thinking hat. How will you bring this is a sustainable workshop, right?
Yes, it's a sustainable workshop.
You aim to correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Yes. Yes. Oh, I really have. I'm going to pass this because I have no question.
Just good things, good things.
Okay, thank you.
Hi,
Hi,
thank
ma'am.
you for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
It looks amazing. Well done. My question would be, I really like, sorry, I'll just give you the feedback first.
Okay.
I really like how you incorporate the local materials, how you've explained that that's how they build the current homes, and then you're trying to bring that culture back into the workshop as well.
Yes,
I love how you've incorporated the colors throughout the space, the ventilation, everything. The only question that I had was, did you think about passing this tradition to the younger generation? Is there an area where the kids could come and learn? Do you give workshops to, school kids? Is there a program that you have thought of?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, the process is that when a mother work in the workshop and his little daughter or any type of any ages of woman, actually specifically the woman, come there, sit and see that how her mother stitching that and the process. And actually the next generation inherent that process just by seeing and practicing beside her mother in the workshop. Collectively they work there in the same place. Okay.
So that's a really good answer for my question. The other question following up would that be, are you open to bringing in tourists?
Yes, I want to.
That would help the economy.
Yes,
Yeah.
Obviously. I already said that when all the courtiers of the place acts like the same process, then it will become an economic hub. So it's a modular and a single small part that my project, and when it's all the courtiers acts like that, then the visitors came here and see the colorful and a blaze of colors. Nokshikatha.
So if it's open to tourists, I think it would be really good in the future to add that learning
Yes,
hub
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
for people who are outside of the community.
But
to
it's
learn.
just the beginning
Yeah.
in a small case.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Well done. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you, ma'am.
answering.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
I have a very small question, but just back to the plan. I was just curious. You placed the, sorry, it's a very small question, but just wondering why you placed the raw material storage and the toilets.
Yes, number 4 is the raw material
Yeah, I'm
storage.
just curious why it's not adjacent to the workshop at number 2. So the workers have to cross the exhibition space to access that storage. And also the toilets is far behind the storage, number 6. Why is that not near the number 2 where it's workers don't have to go far?
Okay.
I'm wondering what's
okay.
your decision was.
As there is a visitors zone, the exhibition area, and so I and the visitors can go to the indoor workshop area and see that how they are stitching. So, and so that for that reason, I separate that washroom zone in a one corner of my design, and. And if we talk about the raw materials that you said that why I don't place it near to the function 2 indoor workshop area, because the threads and cloths, needles, there are much type of things that they need to work. But when they work, they collect some small pitch that they need in that much in the recent time, and sit there and work collectively. Okay.
Does that answer the question, or you need more clarification? Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry.
Yes. Matthew, you always have closing comments when we're
Okay,
ending.
I will do a regular one. Thank you for the presentation. Actually, I don't have much question. I just feel like, throughout your presentation, I just feel very peaceful and happy to see how, as a designer, you help to promote your local culture and, help in terms of the survival of the heritage. So I just feel very amazing that, as a designer, you are able to we are all able to create this kind of awareness, bring it to the international platform where candidates from others country are able to understand more about your heritage, your culture. I just feel amazing. Yeah, so
Thank you.
just keep doing that.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Shubro. Yay! All right, it's lunch time. Okay, we brought it forward because I think a lot of you are hungry. So it's gonna be at level 3 Praya Kitchen, and this is only for registered guests because they will have to ask you for your name before you enter the lunch area. Okay, level 3 Praya Kitchen. Be back here by 1:55 p.m. Okay, go to the toilet and everything before you come back here. All right, 1:55 p.m. All right, we'll see you. And YouTube, we'll be back at about 1:55 p.m. Bangkok time. Okay, all right, have lunch. welcome back, everybody. Our judges are now well fed. If you do need coffee or tea, please let us know. Please stay awake throughout the rest of the day. Our next presenter, she's all ready. Su La Woon with her project title Loom. Take it away, La Woon.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lawon. I hope you all has a very wonderful lunch break. So I'm originally from Myanmar, but I'm grateful to be presenting Singapore today. So before I start to present the details of my project, I would like to share a recollection of my trip previously to one of the rural weaving villages in Myanmar, located alongside Inle Lake and specialized in lotus weaving. So during this trip, through hands-on experience with local artisans, I got to experience why it takes such patience, skill, and time to create such detailed and delicate products. And the craft for them, for the weavers, is more than just a product. It's their legacy of people, their stories, and the survival. So during this trip, through all the personal moments, it's written my desire to help preserve and uplift these traditions. However, there are several challenges that the weaving culture in Myanmar is currently facing. So these are the ones that I wanted to address through my project. Starting from the culture is not being promoted enough and currently declining, leaving only 10 to 30% of original weavers. As well as the weavers don't have a direct market exposure since they are mostly at the rural part of Myanmar, which leads to having poorly maintained working conditions. Lastly, because of modernizations and environmental concerns, it's higher the environmental concerns because of the textile waste and lower the demand for hand-woven products. But how do we tackle those issues? By promoting and preserving the culture, by empowering our local weavers, and by sustaining as much as we can through this project. So with these objectives in mind, I envisioned Loom. So what is Loom, you ask? Loom is an immersive cultural retreat center that allows visitors to stay, learn, and connect with weaving cultural heritage of Myanmar on a deeper level through exhibitions, workshops, and collaborations directly with our local artisans. So it provides the local artisan a direct market platforms and opportunities and the correct exposures to sell their product directly. We also implement a closed-loop recycle system that recycles the textile waste into yarn that will be used in the workshops, as well as sustainable materials such as insulations, as well as the upcycled furniture, which will be used in the design later on. So the overall design concept of this project came from the very structure of the frame loom. As you can see from the sketch here, the harness, the reeds, all these layer connections translate both physically and conceptually. The idea is to lead the visitors through a journey of creation and immersions, like a process of fabric making. Our users are primary users being tourists and local travelers who want to explore the culture at Loom, and our weavers and artisans, who is the backbone of our culture itself. So with the users in mind, this is the range of activities that allow them to engage, create, and connect. We have cultural exchange and collaborations and economic empowerments for the visitors, and we have holistic living experience and cultural retreats for our visitors. So the site is located at the central part of Yangon, which is the capital city of Myanmar, making it highly accessible for the visitors who are visiting Myanmar for the first time. So the site consists of 4 buildings. We imagine a colonial-era building through adaptive reuse, helping to connect past and present, like the architecture and the weaving heritage of Myanmar. So with the site as a base, this is a detailed site analysis, mainly covering the main entries are facing the main roads, easy accessibility. And since it's at the central part of Myanmar, high human traffic volumes, and surrounded by the sufficient and dynamic greeneries. So to move on to the branding and the logo, the inspirations came from how we write the loom itself in our
in our language. So I translate the accents of it into the minimalist font and applying to the logos. As well as the branding also derived from this double O pattern here. So all these geometric intersections will be applied throughout the interiors, the products, and all the wayfinding to keep a cohesive visual language. So if you're wondering why I'm using red accent essence color, it came from the vibrant culture of Myanmar. As you can see here, red in particular has a strong presence in our culture, symbolizing life, celebrations, and energy. So this is a process of the material board of loom, the interior paints from Nippon that are being used in a design. So from here, let me walk you through the design developments and the thought process of loom, starting from the spatial concept, which is also came from the inspiration of loom, reflecting verticals and horizontal connections, intersection, and continuations in a space, which reflects the complex layer of culture, community, and the traditions. So these are the few sketch models that I did to explore the continuous flow between the structures and to exploring the response to spatial needs of the user movements. So these are the same sketches exploring the layouts, zonings, as well as some architectural elements and interior design in a space. So it's just a small experiment that I did of the textile waste that I have at home. So the idea is to explore the fibrous structure, which makes this very sound effective as a sustainable solution instead of using the new materials. So please be noted that this is just a experiment. So the actual materials will be like used in the renders will be different colors and design. So to go through the programs and the activities, the first floor being open to the public, and the rest of the floors are for the registered visitors and the guests. So this is the primary and the focal elements of the loom, designed to stand out, but at the same time to blend in and part of each functions and activities in loom. For example, loom being the focal elements as soon as you enter to the reception area, and the interwoven panels, the thread turrets, are part of the visitors and weavers' experience spaces. And the thread and trines and the thread work are part of interactive panels and exhibitions. So to elaborate more on the design and the grid-like structure, it came from the inspiration of the harness and the reeds. So all the grids inspire from there. And the reason for using bamboo as a material is to support the local architectures and materials and sustainable solution, as well as the bamboo translate the linear strength, flexibility, and structurally. So this is what I mentioned just now, the loom base, what you will see when you enter from the reception area. So I designed this from the inspiration patterns of abstract lotus pattern. So you can, this is the, when you look up from the structure, this is the view that you will see, the inspiration from the lotus patterns. I designed this to honor the weavers at the village that I previously visited. So let me walk you through the plans. So this part here is the main entry to the reception area, and to your right is the souvenirs and retail shop. And to your left is the multi-purpose area. So at the back, you have a communal dining room. And from the secondary area, the textile waste disposal area. So level 2 is all about the immersive experience for the visitors. Starting from this tire seating to the immersive exhibitions, to the loom hall, and all these workshops that can experience all the steps and activities of the weaving. And ending with the collaborations area for the visitors, the weavers, and the young artisans. So since the cultural retreat, so these are the, from level 3 to 5 are mostly focused on cultural retreats. So there will be guest rooms and private weaving lounges, which is, so these are the 2 private weaving lounges next to the guest areas. So lastly is the holistic activities for the visitors. So, okay. So for the visual, it's not playing. The video. Oh no, it's not the JPEG.
It's okay that I think it's paused, so we have time. Do you want to come over and see the photo?
Okay. Okay. Moving on to the visual branding on the facade, the Bodyguard brand's highlights with Loom logo is the main entries to the entrance, and the hanging banners are highlighting the keywords for the call to actions and the visual languages. So this shows the overall mapping of a visitor journeys from the moment that they arrive at Loom at reception area through all the experience they can explore at Loom until the end of their cultural retreat. So let me move on to the interior spaces, starting from the reception area. So this is the main entry here with the Loom bin. And these are the interactive panels and the lotus pond and all the lounges at the reception area. So next is multi-purpose area. So there will be open performances, which will be seasonals. And if there is no performances, there will be seasonal pop-up markets. So all these are modular stores that can be stored behind the tire seatings. So from the second entry on your right from the facade you saw just now, this is the retails and souvenir shop. And the weaving pavilion adjacent next to it, and the communal dining hall. You can actually see from here to the weaving pavilion when you're like dining at the Loom hall, the communal dining hall. So from the level 2 is immersive and interactive exhibitions, starting from here, Loom hall, and all the workshops. Starting with natural textiles and yarn dyeing workshops, screen printing areas, as well as all these are part of the staircase structure, so they can has their own functionalities and part of each space. More yarn spinning workshops, macrame weaving workshops, and at the end you will have collaborations and knowledge sharing area for the artisans. So this one is for the retreat area. This is a loom weaving workshop, which is adjacent next to the guest rooms. So this is a typical design of the guest room. So at Loom, we maximize the usage of sustainable materials and upcycle furnitures. We also implement passive strategies such as cross ventilation, skylights, and transparent solar panels for the efficient energy. So let me walk you through. Oh. Video? I'm so sorry.
Just remember you wanted some excitement.
Yeah, this is so exciting.
Bit of a background because the architectural category had a lot of technical excitement today. So we're wondering, why we didn't have any excitement. So now we have some excitement after lunch. Huh? So yeah, okay.
It should be the last video.
The last video.
Yes.
Oh yes, the timer is 7:52. Yeah, I remember it was 7:52.
Okay, so let's walk you through the loom. So reception area, like I mentioned, with the lotus pond, interactive displays and lounges. You can see a lot of verticals and horizontal connections in the space. So this is a communal dining room adjacent next to the weaving pavilion. So this is the weaving pavilion. Retail and souvenir shops which you can enter from the secondary entry. You can see a lot of culture related patterns and textures. So from the level 2, immersive exhibitions. And all the weaving related workshops. The weaving lounge next to the visitors area. So I just want to close with, when we preserve the craft, we preserve the people, stories, and their values. A living cultural legacy.
Thank you so much, Lawun. Apologies on the technical thing. Can we add 15 seconds? Because just now I noticed it was started at 7:42. So add 15 seconds. You pause this first and then you add 15 seconds. Okay? Yes, okay. All right, let's start. Okay, judges, Q&A, comments. After lunch, I think there's a bit more energy.
Energized.
Energized, yeah.
I really love your hand sketches.
Thank you.
How you articulated your ideas from inspired by the weaving.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, correct. And the space planning is quite extensive. You know, you've tackled a lot of but you only focused on two colors, right?
Yes.
Yes, yes. Can you tell me the historical value of those colors, or what was the thinking behind just doing binary colors?
Okay, so I have that one, the page of the collage. So I did a collage of Myanmar's vibrant culture. Right. So I took a photo of all the celebratory moments, all the events, and I make a collage. And then the primary colors are red. So, and then they also have so I realized that it has a value in our culture, like symbolizing celebratory moments and life. That's why I wanted to retain the colors in the interior space.
And that's what you cascaded throughout.
Yes.
Thank you so much. To you.
Okay, Sai.
Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate you translating the idea of weaving and loom into the physical design and design interpretation, your structure with the lotus form, and also the structure of the stairs with the form of the looms, the pattern of the railings, floor pattern, screens, signage, everything. So it creates a strong identity for the project. I would like to ask you to explain, because I saw you studying the plan and the volumes study, how you apply the same thinking of loom and weaving into your floor plans, because I can see it in every other elements. I was just wondering if there's a thought, consideration behind your planning. Yeah.
So the idea is that it's not literal, but in the theoretical ways that the spaces were connected. And it can be, so there is a structure of staircase. So all the staircase connected through loom, through all the floors, all the functions. So it's like interlaced and crossed. So the path of the visitors through the journey is inspired from the loom. So I plan the space with the intention of it.
I saw you use a lot of the angular pathways and circular forms. How is that inspired?
So all these inspiration, you mean like all these? So it's actually inspired. So first I explore with all these like sketch models, but the idea behind all the corners and the links came from so from this itself. So all the inspirations like link back to yes. Thank you.
Matthew?
Okay, thank you for the presentation. When I look at your project, when you started to explain about your concept and all that, I was actually expecting, to see the design development where it shows the overall interior that's a bit more related to artisan, especially to the joinery part. But the end result of your proposal, it feels very modern, contemporary, instead of, carry on a lot of elements like layers, lines, towards the final design. So my question is, why is it you present it into the interior that is such modern way instead of related a bit more to artisan, the lines and layers, the overlapping? Yeah.
So the idea is, I think the feeling modern is probably part of like the way that my render is presented, but when I was developing the design, all these sketches were very inspired by the local architectures and like even all these like structures of the shelf, and then the weaving pavilion, there is a structure for the artisans. So all these are actually inspired from the very locals. It came from the very local elements. But it's just that the renders and how I'm present make it seems very modern looking feels.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Shamina, you're ready.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question related to what Matthew just said. From your concept, I was really looking forward to see more furniture joineries being weaved together. I noticed that all of those furnitures has the pattern on it, even the staircase railing. But I would have loved to see you explore more in terms of that,
Okay.
the technique of weaving. Yeah. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Any more comments? No? Last comments? Oh, good. All right, thank you so much, Laun. Thank you. All right, up next, we have Aoi Maki. Her project name is From Lipstick to Locomotives. Aoi, you can take the stage.
Good afternoon. My name is Aoi Maki from Japan, and thank you very much for these opportunities. From lipstick to locomotive. What does cultural legacy actually mean? It is the theme of this conference, but before going further, I would like to pause for a moment on the word itself. Things of value do not automatically become legacies. A legacy is a result of social selection, and archives are one of the systems through which that selection takes place. Archives come in many forms, but since modernity, they have shaped powerful systems of knowledge, especially within museums. Museums have changed what they collect and preserve in response to the concerns of each era, but this process has always involved selection, and with selection comes the exercise of power. At its core, an archive is a practice of deciding what will be remembered and how it will be told. It shapes frameworks of value not only for the past and the present, but also for the future. Not only for here, but also for places far away. Museums educate citizens through archives. They also decide what counts as art. There is a certain violence in that. So my question is there a way to move beyond this archive fever? In Museum Without Walls, Andre Malraux freed the museum from its physical space by placing photographs from different cultures and periods side by side. The work detached its subject from their original context. In doing so, it opened the possibility for new meanings and new relationships to emerge. This work proposes what I call an anonymous archive. By this, I mean an archive not organized by predefined categories, but generated through relationships among things. It moves beyond the authoritative selection of existing museums. It also moves beyond the spatial and temporal limits of here and now. So, how can this anonymous archive actually work? For this, I turn to play and chance. The works I have in mind allow other people, physical phenomena, and unpredictable processes to intervene. They introduce contingency and open the work toward indeterminate possibilities. By bringing chance into the works as a game, we can step outside existing systems of value, and we can produce things that even the maker did not intend. The game has 3 rules. The first rule is from plan to space and back again. By translating objects into plan drawings, we can treat what we collect as symbols. In doing so, we temporarily set aside their meanings, functions, and histories and focus on their form. The second rule is use the golden rectangle grid. This grid can expand infinitely from the very small to the very large. It allows to crop space arbitrarily across different scales. The third rule is begin with the personal. For example, place the center of the golden rectangle on your own desk. If we begin with the personal object in a room, how might the world start to connect? Let's begin. On the desk in my room, there is a favorite lipstick. I will start the archive from this object. This lipstick was designed by Raymond Loewy in the 1940s, but the origins of the lipstick go back much farther to ancient Egypt, where people applied red pigment to their lips as a way to keep evil spirits away. This small vessel was discovered in Jiravt region of Iran and dates to around 1936 BCE. Inside was a mixture closely resembling the recipe of modern lipstick. It is considered one of the earliest known examples. In plan, the cylindrical form of the lipstick appears as a double circle. Focusing on this symbol, let's collect things with a similar form. The lipstick is a double circle about 3 centimeters across. From there, we might find a 2 centimeter coin or a 20 centimeter stove burner. The 5 yen coin is one of the few holed coins in the world. In Japan, the hole is associated with clear vision and good prospects, so the coin is often treated as a lucky charm. Holed coin also existed in ancient Japan. The Fuhonsen coin of the 7th century was not used for commerce. It was used as a talisman against evil. Fire also appears in myths and traditions around the world. It is not only a means of cooking and heating, but also a tool of protection. In ancient Rome, the Vestal Virgins maintained a sacred flame to protect the safety of the state. By treating objects and plant-based symbols in this way, a game of free association across scales becomes possible. From the double circle, we find ourselves connecting lipsticks, coins, and stove burners, things that at first seem completely unrelated. And through these connections, a shared theme begins to emerge, a charm to ward off evil. The double circle becomes a metaphor where multiple meanings converge. It allows anonymous things to connect and guides the game toward the discovery of new relationships. As the game continues, how does the work keep connecting? How does the archive grow? Next to the stove is a lace curtain. In densely built urban neighborhoods, lace curtains are a necessity. The lace curtain has its origin in 18th century Britain during the first Industrial Revolution, when it became fashionable to hang sheer fabric over the lower half of windows. In plan, the curves of a curtain can be represented as a wavy line. If we collect things with a similar form, we might find a coiled telephone cord or a water line of a beach. The telephone was invented by Alexander Graham Bell in the United States during the Second Industrial Revolution. Seaside bathing also began in Industrial Revolution Britain. As railways spread, people began traveling to beaches. So the wavy line leads us to lace curtains, telephones, and beaches. And between them, the connecting theme is the Industrial Revolution. Where does beach sand actually come from? If you look closely among the grains washed down from mountains, you can find star-shaped particles. Because they are rare, there is a folk belief that carrying star sand brings happiness. In plan, this star sand can be represented as an asterisk. Let's collect things with a similar form. We find Ludus' ideal city, the star map on a Voyager golden record, and Brahma's lock. And between them, a new relationship emerges, the imaginary. The game continues. From the Great Exhibition in London, where Brahma's lock was displayed, we move to the cross of the Crystal Palace. From the cross, we find UAVs and sliding windows. And between them, another relationship emerges, stills. From the sliding window, we move to a half-read book lying nearby. This open book can be represented in plan as a quarter circle. From the quarter circle, a single-leaf door comes to mind. And between them, we discover the idea of the other side. Beyond the door was a pedestrian overpass with a spiral staircase. In plan, the overpass can be represented as two linked circles. From this symbol, a rocket's orbital trajectory comes to mind. And between them, the relationship becomes a transition curve. Transition curves are also used in railways. The next symbol becomes a dotted line. Through this game, what has been archived? From lipstick and the double circle to locomotives and the dotted line. The collection began in a very personal place, but through the game, it expanded from the home to the city, from the city to a geographic scale, and from the present into both the past and the future. This anonymous archive takes an arbitrarily cropped place as its site. From the smallest scale to the largest, it keeps connecting things to one another across physical boundaries. But is the personal really an appropriate starting point for an archive? Isn't this kind of idiosyncratic collecting too subjective to produce anything of shared value? I would argue the opposite. The real world is made up precisely of these accumulations of private things, and this is exactly what many authoritative archives of the past have tended to ignore. I believe that when an archive begins with the personal and follows it exhaustively, the strata of the world begin to reveal themselves. In this sense, the personal is not closed or merely private. It already contains an outside world. This project is an attempt to describe the world from the outside that already exists within the individual self. Piranesi once depicted the city as collective memory. Freud described it as a stratigraphy that preserves every trace. when exhaustively gathered objects are brought together in the same space, and when they begin to enter into relationships with another, we can see within them the traces of distant times and distant places. This game also unfolds according to a golden rectangle grid connected on the desk. Each blank square is 1.618 times the slide length of the one before or after it, where the game begins in entirely up to the player. If we move in one direction, the grid expands beyond cities and national borders, past the sun and the stars, and out into infinite space. If we move in the other direction, it can lead us into the world of cells and microcosmos. This work proposes an anonymous archive, an archive constituted through relationships among things. It is a way of breaking free from the latent authority and spatial constraints embedded in words such as legacy and interior. This archive is itself a work that represents one stratum of the world. At the same time, it is also a theory of making, a method for creating new space. Thank you.
Thank you, Aoi. Thank you. These are deep ones, so you want to digest a bit more.
非常に内容が濃いので、ちょっと消化不良を起こしているみたいなので、ちょっと時間くださいと思ってください。
Yes. Okay. Take your time to digest a bit.
ちょっと消化に頑張ってくださいという質問を出してくださいと。
All right, Shamina, ready.
Hello. Thank you for your presentation. I don't have a question. It's kind of a question. If you had to describe your project to me in one sentence, in terms of a space, how would you describe it to me?
概念上の美術館です。
Right. So it's an ideal, let's say. Oh, sorry. Let's say more or less ideal. Let's say art. Yeah. Art. Ideal art. So let's say more imaginable art or art stuff.
I love the thought behind the whole process. It's very creative and the research is very thorough. It's just, I'm trying to understand, trying to place this in an interior space. If you could tell me that.
そうですね。ちょっと待ってください。黄金比のグリッドで切り取られた部分を敷地としていて、一般的にインテリアというのは壁に囲まれた空間の中を指すと思うんですが、私の作品ではその任意の場所を敷地としてそのインテリアをデザインする空間として捉えています。はい。
Right. Okay. So normally, when you talk about this interior, it's normally surrounded by four walls, right? It's in the, let's say, in the room or whatever, this surrounded space, right? Now, her idea is more open space. There is nothing really clothing her interior. So this is more, let's say, wild idea of an interior with nothing really blocking anything.
Good job on exploring this idea. It's very creative. Thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah, I really appreciate your work, but I feel it's a beginning research analysis phase of perhaps an interior project. So, because we can't really judge on interior design or even architecture or even exhibition design in your projects, but it's an admirable investigation into how to create a design language, perhaps. So I'm going to go to talk about rather your game at this research level. You were talking about lipstick into the stove, into the fire. But how did the fire became the curtain? Can you explain? Or how did the curtain became the star sand and became the book, became the stairs? I understand each game, but how did one game jump to the next seemingly unrelated objects?
でですね、全体でですね、まだアイデアをちょっとまだ、模索中ですよね。まだ始まったばかりのところだと思うんですね。まだ研究段階なのかなというふうに、全体として捉えましたと。でですね、そのリップスティックから何ですか、そのいろいろ変化していくわけですよね。これどういうふうな、どこでどういうふうな何ですかルートをたどって変化していくんでしょうか。例えばリップスティックからその火になるんですか。順序がありましたよね。何をきっかけにそう変わっていくんでしょうか。
日本の昔からあるレンガっていうなんて言うんでしょう、連想ゲーム、ラップのような連想ゲームがあって、それに着想を得ていて、で、その前後のだからリップスティックから次のオブジェクトまですごく理論的なつながりがあるというよりは連想ゲームによってつながっています。
Right. Okay. So this is more or less a typical Japanese, let's say, kind of game. Right. What you do is you have one product or idea or whatever, right? Item, and then you just blow up your imagination to bring it to. There is no logic behind it. Just your idea brings you to next from lipsticks to what was it? Right. So and that is, so it's more wild game rather than logical. How do you call it? Logical way of thinking. ですよね。もういわゆるそのロジカルじゃなくて、もう想像というかその連想ゲーム。Right. So it's more, let's say, the game that idea. She's leaving that, let's say, her idea to let idea take her to next level rather than there's anything logical.
I can understand, but I think when you introduce it as a game, games have very specific rules. There's also a game of chance. I can understand that, and I follow your logic from your lipstick, but you put it into plan, and then it becomes a stove, it becomes a fire, and the lipstick and the fire is to ward off evil in different cultures and different times. I can see those relationships. But when you went to a curtain next to the fire, it can be a sofa next to the fire, the carpet next to the fire. Why the curtain? It seems random. That might be your intention, but when we start with a theory of a game, being random feels a bit lazy to me for the moment. I know you want to use imagination, but somehow if you can take imagination from lipstick to curtain more specifically for me, I think it would make more sense for me, I think.
例えばゲームといった場合ですね、ゲームって大体ルールがありますよね。でもそのルールがないゲームですよね、どっちかというと。でそこがちょっとね、だからその辺がやっぱりルールがないゲームってどうなのかなと。でそのリップスティックから何ですか、ストーブになって、ストーブからそのカーテンになってどんどん広がっていきますけども、その辺のちょっとロジカルチックなですね、そのルールが見えるともうちょっと私は理解できたかなと。ですね。
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I'm just trying to understand. So I would see this a more like a philosophical expression, towards your work. I'm trying to understand. It's just like when we look at art. So what is the artist is trying to communicate? Is there any awareness that you're trying to raise, or is there any message that you're trying to communicate to the audience?
でこれを使ってですね、こういうなんですか、この芸術作品というか、これで何を皆さんに訴えようとしているんでしょうか。一般の方に何をどんなメッセージがあるんでしょうか。
一般的に美術館に展示される作品っていうのは、その百科事典的博物館、エンサイクロペディックミュージアムって言われるようなその権威的なものがこれまで多かったんですが、非権威的な非植民地主義的なアーカイブの在り方を模索してこの作品を制作しました。
Right. Okay. So normally, when you talk about this kind of let's say museum, the arts that about this how do you call it, exhibited in museum, this is more how do you call it, encyclopedic? How do you call it? archive, is it? And well, actually, she wants to take all that. How do you call it? It's more. How do you call it? It's not that how do you call it? Encyclopedic idea, but more. How do you call it? Wild, if you will.
Yeah, we understand, but I think, I assume, but like Sai, if he said that in the game, it will be the first 3 items that you see in your room, and then from there you can diverse, then it would make sense that the lipstick was next to the curtain, and then from the curtain that she should have taken, and then she could have expounded, but the jump from the lipstick to the, I guess it's just defining the rules in essence, right? But what I really love is how she, the tyranny of archiving, how she turned that on a dime and gave us this mind shift that we no longer have to follow the rabbit hole. Thank you.
Okay.
ロジカルなルールのないそのゲームですか。このところですね。ちょっと彼女はその考え方がちょっとこうじゃないのということで説明されてますね。
Okay. So what I would just want to encourage is actually it's very interesting because it triggers us to think on a different perspective, and I think it's not fair to judge you on a design competition because the category it doesn't reflect whatever you're doing. So to me, I think it's not fair for us to judge you in the design category, but I think it's interesting to open our minds to think about the possibilities and to think on a more philosophical approach, which I think I would like to credit you on that. Thank you.
今回こういうなんていうかインテリアのデザインの評価をしているわけですね。でもそこから結構外れてるところですよね。どっちかというともうフィロソフィカルなその哲学的ないわゆるなんていうんですか、もうなんていうんだろう、もう無形なあれですよね。だからちょっと我々がこれを評価するということはここではできないかもしれないけども、ただ非常にその新しいその箱が開いたという感じですね。新しい世界がちょっと垣間見たのかなというところで非常に面白いと思いますと。ただちょっと我々のその今回のこのインテリアという観点からは評価ちょっとできないかなというところですね。
Okay, all right, thank you.
Just
Oh,
add,
yes.
it's not a question, so it's just my reflection. I think what would be interesting and challenging is how you can take this theory of breaking the rules, being wild, imagination, and apply it to interior design. Like with the stairs become the something else, and the door is not a door, but it's next to something else. How you can apply this logic, this theory, into an actual space, which would be, I'm sure, very interesting and provoking. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aoi. A round of applause for Aoi, please. All right, so next we have Jessica Josephine Purwadi with her project Tree of Literacy. You guys can take, oh, not yet? All right, okay. Take it on, take it away. Hold on a minute, we'll just get the slides up. All right.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Jessica and I'm from Indonesia. How many times do we check our phones every day? Honestly, it's hard to count, right? Because every day we spend a lot of our time scrolling through countless short videos, captions, and threads, picking up lots of information, but rarely hanging on to any of it. This pattern has created what people call popcorn brain, where our minds hop from one quick snippet to the next, making it harder to focus. So when we sit down with a full-length book or article, it may feel overwhelming and tough to absorb. So what's really going on beneath the surface is a broader issue: low literacy. In fact, it's something that many are starting to notice and have begun adopting digital detox habits. One of the most popular alternatives is reading, giving a chance for our brain to slow down, refocus, and engage with ideas on a deeper level. Literacy rates have become an increasingly prominent issue, impacting all layers of society around the world. Now, let's take a look at the top 5 countries with high literacy rates. These countries, they habitually nurtured reading culture from early age, and as a result, they produce high-quality human resources. In contrast, countries with low literacy rates face significant challenges, and that includes my country, Indonesia. In Indonesia, we lack a strong reading culture, which impacts our ability to absorb government training and initiatives. And because of this, we usually produce unqualified to low quality human resources. As a result, we are struggling for daily welfare. But there are many young people in Indonesia who is already taking meaningful steps to address this issue by organizing book clubs. These clubs focus on building critical thinking and communication skill in an environment that promotes no pressure reading. And thanks to this supportive atmosphere, many are motivated to join and have begun reading as a part of a community. However, despite their high enthusiasm, they still lack the necessary support from the government, especially when it comes to accessing public facilities. Without a dedicated permanent space, it becomes difficult for participants to return and build lasting habits. And this is where our role as designers comes in. In South Jakarta, young people have established their own community spaces where we come together and connect. The culture here revolves around hanging out, locally known as nongkrong, which serves as an essential form of our social lives. And the site is located inside one of the community spaces, Urban Forest Cipete. It is a compound space that is highly accessible to public. It's only 3 minutes walk away from the nearest MRT station. In addition, there's also some universities and international schools located nearby. Here we can find restaurants, cafes, and local markets run by young people themselves. This is the vibrant hotspot for all the young generations in Jakarta. And the book community resides here, already available for them to enter without pressure. And this is where my concept begins. I call it Tree of Literacy, inspired by Kalpataru, Tree of Life. Kalpataru is an ancient mythological divine tree that symbolizes power that manifests desires and blessings. The space is that exact manifestation. The intention is to improve literacy for the future of our country, to bring welfare through knowledge. This idea is reflected in the space programming. Just like how our interest in literature often starts personally, the experience begins the same way. When we first enter the space, we arrive at the bookstore, where we can slow down and lose ourselves in books. As we move further into the space, the activities begin to branch out. From our personal reading world, we can choose different paths. You may want to discover your creativity in the creative space, or you want to exchange your ideas and interests in the main communal area. If you're not ready for all of that yet and prefer to read on your own, there is a private reading area. All of these areas are connected by a transitional inner court. A cafe is there for your daily dose of matcha and coffee. Here, you can also bring your kids or younger siblings along. And lastly, we have the service area. And now I invite you to step inside and experience the space. First stop is the bookstore. As you first walk into the space, you're welcomed by a curated display of books, inviting you to slow down and leave the busy world outside. As you move further in, you'll find a small nook showcasing works by fellow authors. This space also features projects from writing classes held in the creative area. Now, feeling your curiosity sparked, you're led naturally into the creative space. Here we have 2 large tables to facilitate creative activities like writing classes, young journaling together, design or collage making, and many more. At the end of the room, we have a sunken sofa and a pull-out screen, perfect for movie screenings and open discussion sessions. This is the perfect place for you to connect with fellow community members and enjoy your time without pressure. As we're led outside of the creative space, we see this long bench, actually inspired by an apartment lobby I always wait every morning. There, I got to see familiar faces, exchanging warm morning greetings, and making small talks. But here, in this book community, I believe we can go deeper than that. Here, we can talk about books, our hobbies, or even TikTok trends we're into these days. Take your time to browse some books, take a picture read, or maybe continue on reading up until the final chapter. This bench is integrated with bookshelf. The intention is so after you finish reading, you can put it there, and maybe the next person after you will pick up your book, start reading it, and maybe develop the same interest as yours, creating community culture by endless interest. Here, you get to experience reading under a tree, perfect for people who get bored at reading at the same place. Enjoy your time as the sun changes its path. If you're ever feeling tired after all the tours and you want to grab a drink and flip through some pages, we have a cafe here. And the cafe here runs in partnership with local lifestyle brands, the kind of space that people gravitate towards today. With this partnership, the space becomes a destination not only for the book community, but for a more wider and more diverse community, which will help to sustain the space in the long run. In the end, Tree of Literacy is not just another bookstore. It is a benchmark, a model that can grow beyond Jakarta, beyond Indonesia, to any place where the love of reading has yet to find its home. And this need is not ours alone. Every country still reaching for literacy deserves a space like this, rooted in their culture, built for their people. And as each branch continues to grow, together we can craft cultural legacies that will outlast us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. All right, we've got a lot of time for Q&A.
Hi, Jessica. Thank you for your presentation. I understood the main idea behind your project, which is to encourage reading. But your concept was Tree of Life.
Yes.
Tree of Life, I just looked up. It comes with interconnectedness. I mean, it represents interconnectedness, source of life, things like fertility, cyclical nature of existence. So, I mean, I had to look it up because I forgot, but I knew that it was more than just, and you had six words at the beginning of your project where you were explaining your concept, Tree of Life. Yeah, could we go back to that? Yeah. I would have loved to see these three also integrated in this, and then to reflect that in the space, because now in your design, everyone's sitting in their own corner. I mean, the space is designed in a way that it has different areas where one can read book, have a coffee, grab a coffee. But I'm not seeing the interconnectedness in your space, and also the structure of the tree. I thought you could have done something with the tree. Like, what was the function of the tree there? Was it just for design? Is there any other reason for you to have the tree? Or that would be my question for you. But I just wanted to give you the feedback that I was really looking forward to seeing what the Tree of Life actually means, and to have that embedded in the programming of the space, rather than just, I think that would even create communities where people come together and read, like book clubs and things, which is also sort of interconnectedness. So yeah, the question is, what was the reason for the trees? The structure inside the, was it just for the aesthetics, or does it have any function?
It's actually a tree, a lantern. So it's a lighting fixture, but it is a distilled version of a tree, of the tree of life. So it's a translated of a tree lantern.
See, if you go to one of these ones, yeah, I would have loved to see the branches being, you know, rooted out through the ceilings or coming down to these spaces. So I think you could have done a lot more with the concept of the tree itself, the structure itself, not just the meaning behind Tree of Life. But well done, and thank you for presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. It's a beautiful project. Can you walk us through a little bit more about the finishing that you apply? For example, on the flooring, on the wall, on the platform. What are the finishes that actually apply in this space?
Okay, so for the floorings and the pedestal, I mainly use bricks like tiles. It reflects the exterior of the building itself. So it helps to take the exterior into the interior. And also the existing building, it has more of an industrial look. So I try to maintain what's the existing of the space, and I just develop further from there. So here I use concrete, bricks, and then here are some textured paints, fabrics, and also wooden textures.
Okay, so it sounds that it has a lot of hard surfaces. So what are the acoustic or insulations materials that you have applied for the absorption of sound? Because it seems like it's an enclosed spaces that connects all area. So I would imagine there's a lot of echo in there. So how do you resolve that?
Okay, maybe I should have. I kind of more put the acoustic treatments on the bookstore area. Here we have a baffled ceilings that could help to serve the acoustic and help to absorb the noises of the space.
Okay, so I think there's another suggestion from my side, which, because when I look at your project, like I said, it's a very beautiful project. Maybe you're saying that in South Jakarta there's a missing of this leisure space for people to gather, to read, to promote what your project objective is. But I think you can also look into what would be the next level for this, other than just another library where people gather around, a leisure space. But what would be next, like creating a more purposeful spaces for the community to gather, sharing ideas or have more interaction. Perhaps this could be just a beginning, and you can expand the idea more towards not making this just like just another library. Yeah, so that's just one of the suggestion. Thank you.
Oh, so here in the space we actually so before in the video I showed you the community that is active in Jakarta, and they actually love doing junk journaling these days and design, and there's also a lot of art markets, and I thought that this space could help to facilitate those events as well. So the creative space over here also functions as a working place, perfect for people who are love to work from home but they got bored and they want to work in a different place, and this is the perfect place for them as well. So it helps, it's kind of like a mixed use space that could help to meet the need of the people at the right time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Sai or Ivy? Yes.
I mean, I agree. I think it's a beautiful design, and it looks like it can be built tomorrow. I think you have spent a lot of time with the planning, with the different types of seating, how some public zone, social zone, private zone. But I agree again, I feel like there's a loss in the concept. So you have great programming, answering a need of the community, but where does the design element come in? The tree of life is your concept. So the lantern trees, I feel like if you take that out, you lose the concept completely and you don't really lose any function. So like Shamina said, I wish the tree could be the bookshelf, some trees can be seatings, and you said it could be expanded to different spaces of community. So maybe those tree pots can go into the outdoor space or smaller spaces as the expansion of your concept. And just, it's not really a question, but just to think further when in design, like you had the roots and branch and leaves, and roots is literacy, so maybe the roots concept is at the library, the branch community, the branch idea can be at the social reading. That kind of application of concept, I think, would make your story and identity stronger than just another bookstore or something. But again, the design is beautiful and well thought out. Just a little bit more applying of that concept would make it stand out.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Beautiful presentation, like my other fellow judges said. Yeah, that for the present, contemporary, it works. But you just kind of miss the tree of life being your DNA.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, no other questions, comments? Okay, thank you so much, Jessica. Thank you. All right, up next we have Inji Uchan with her project, Obruk Heritage Production and Experience Station. All right, let's welcome Inji. Oh, you have
Okay.
that. Yes. Okay, can we show the slides? Yeah.
After
Then
when I put this here, you can start it.
Okay, so we start the timer already. So
Okay, you can start timer. Do you know what is this? It's a cheese. Do you know where it's coming from? Right. It's coming from minus 35 meters below ground. Hello everyone, my name is Ince. I came from Turkey to share a hidden treasure with you, the Obruk. In Turkish, Obruk means a natural sinkhole. But in the village of Divle, it means much more than this. To understand this project, I want you to imagine a sharp contrast. On the surface, a landscape scorched by 40 degrees of dry heat. But just 35 meters below, a world that stands still at 4 degrees with 90% humidity. And this is where our story begins. At the threshold between the burning sun and the cooling depths of the void. The journey of Divle cheese is a patient process. It starts with making, curdling, and after the resting, the cheese is tightly packed into goat or sheepskins. But the most critical part about this 120-day adventure is the descent into the depths of the void. Historically, the cheeses were lowered through entrance using ropes tied over a tree, while the producers had to use a separate entrance, crawling down using hand-carved stone stairs and ladders. But today, an elevator system is introduced. It made the progress much easier. But the real struggle begins after these elevator doors open. We are faced with a heritage that it's reached its physical limits. The space inside is dangerously overcrowded. Workers are still carrying those heavy sacks on their backs. stacking them onto the shelves until they overflow onto any available ground. Since there is no defined path, these workers are had to jump and step over these cheeses. Think about it. They are literally stepping over their own cultural heritage just to move around. This is a massive hygiene risk. And this is a crisis of dignity for the producers who have carried this culture for generations. And we asked ourselves, what if we could redefine production with centering the human? We could merge the Obruk's wisdom with modern technology, because this is what is making as a designer. This question became the foundation of our 5-pillar purpose. 1. Human-centered production. If you want to continue a production culture alive, then you must place the human at the very center of it. 2. Zero energy microclimate support. Yes, Obruk has a stable microclimate. But don't everyone needs a little bit support sometimes? So this project being sure that it is breathing and it will keep breathing with zero artificial energy. 3. Knowledge and heritage exchange. This one-of-a-kind treasure cannot live in the dark anymore. So if you want to continue a production culture, if you want to bring it to the future, then you must create a bridge where the 100 years of the wisdom of the Obruk and the producers meets with the world. 4. Obruk experience on the surface. If we are going to share this wisdom with the world, then we don't just show it. We let them experience it. And ultimately, preservation through global visibility. By showing this hidden ritual into world, we are turning this into a global legacy. We are creating a human-centered production. So we started with the shelves first. We merged the traditional storage methods with modern technology. The current material of the shelves is cypress wood, which is causing unwanted white mold. So we are bringing back the historically preferred juniper wood, which is supporting the iconic red crust of the Divla cheese. Overcrowding causing quality drop of the cheeses. So, to solve this problem, we decided to use the dead vertical void of the Obruk and created sub-level shelves to increase the capacity. To prevent workers from stepping over their own culture, we created an elevated walkway and added the sub-level shelves underneath. But to keep the special memory alive, since the producers are saying, the ladder system remains. Then we looked up. The ceiling of the cave was unused, wasted space. So, to unlock this potential, we created a ceiling with hygroskin panels. These hygroskin panels are opening as the humidity rises and closing when it drops. By this action, it is supporting the stable microclimate of the Obruk without any artificial energy, with all the sustainable manners. But this ceiling do more than just climate control. It is creating an active production surface. By hanging the cheeses directly from this system, we are being sure that every cheese has a continuous airflow around them to develop a perfect crust. Maybe finally, but the most importantly, by introducing a rotation ritual, we are creating a tactile relationship between the producer and the product. This tactile relationship transforms the passive waiting period into an active maintenance ritual. But we did not stop at the underground. We went to the surface. Because if you are going to show what is so special about your Obruk, then you must show it. You must let them experience it. To create this experience of the Obruk's atmosphere, we created a living unit. This living unit's base modulus geometry is inspired directly from the Divlechi's geometry. And it is combined with narrow corridors, which is forcing visitors into a crawling movement, so they can physically experience the Obruk's atmosphere where they live. And this is our main module. It is divided into 3 functional modules because it has a really limited space. You may ask, why will someone stay in this kind of a limited space, right? Because it is not a hospitality place. It is a raw experience station. But we did not just bring the Obruk's atmosphere to the ground. We also wrapped this inner shell with a responsive outer shell, which is made with the same sailing we used in the inside and above the ground. So it is following the contour of the inner shell to provide shade and bringing the stable Obruk's atmosphere into the inner shells. Before we step inside the living unit, while we are designing the inner side of the modules, we are inspired by the Anatolian underground cities, like Cappadocia, as you may know. Divle also shares the Subdaterian culture. These cities are carved into one single stone. So, we translated this language with just juniper plywood. This juniper plywood created one continuous monolithic design language. For example, our sleeping module. Everything about this module, like dressing area, bedside lights, beds, functional niches, it is just one continuous plywood with just juniper. And now we are moving into the dining units. These dining units do not use a standard table and chairs. This plywood rises and falls to create an integrated dining unit. And finally, the luggage module. It is acting like a secure blind volume.
it might be because of the transformation style. Also, you can try the cheeses. Yeah. It is one of the best, first 5 cheeses, best ones. I did break the flight rules for this. No, they didn't. Secretly. Yeah. And it is red. Like I can say anything about this. Maybe
the video can't be played.
There's this not a video.
It's just an animation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an
Just
animation.
picture.
Picture.
When I say picture.
Yeah. Can you see from which one? Because
Of course. Like, sorry. When I was talking right back, no, I was just before this ones, like. It is mold. It shouldn't do this normally. Normally, I will press by page by.
Yeah, it's now automated. To our YouTube audience, we are just fixing the animation issue, so please bear with us.
If it's okay, just we can open the last slide picture as, and I can talk like just because I have a few words left. So if we can't solve this problem, then we can do this instead.
Which one do you want to start with? Is it this slide? Because they can't remember which slide you want to start with.
The pink one.
The pink one?
Yeah, the pink modules are like that. And after that, there are renders. And yeah, before the renders and the closure.
Just show first and see if this is the right one. Can you show? Show. Yes. Is it this one?
No, after that, if it moves, yeah, I can. And next, and next, next. I can do it maybe if I can.
Can she do it now? Can she click on her own? She clicked. Okay, try and see. Try. Yep. Keep going. Keep going.
This is the problem that at the last one it goes directly to the end.
Start here. Just start here again. Okay. And then start. So you cannot. We are viewing everything as photos. Can we view some of these photos? No. Are these some of the
Actually, it can be open like this. Okay, it can be open like this. It doesn't have to be a big screen.
It's from these
No, these are all the renders, so this is edited. Yeah.
And then this one.
I can do it like that.
Yes. Okay.
So we can start from the 100, 100, then I will do after the 101. Okay. This language module acts like a secure blind volume at the entrance. And since our spatial memory is so important, since all the producers are saying, we kept the same elevator and the ladder system at the same location. So we are. So this dining module, this sleeping module, this luggage module. Everything about this project is reframes preservation as activation. And get it, we can pass. It's the 103. Without the obruk, there is no divlet cheese. And without divlet cheese, obruk just a geological formation. Obruk just an empty silence. They cannot live without each other. Thank you for listening me.
so much, Inji. All right, judges.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I don't have a question, but I just want to give you a credit that, it's so amazing that, even with the technical issue, you stay calm, and then you carry on the presentation. You're not nervous. I think that's great. You know, the technical issue is just like life. You know, life goes on. So well done.
Thank you.
So I want to ask you about your design. The ceilings, the skin element that you also used here, where is the form of the hexagonal come from?
The form?
Yeah, the hexagonal form.
The hexagonal form is not directly from like inspired, but mostly because of the function. Because it has hexagonal also opening lines, has, you know, triangles. You know, so hexagonal is the most functional form for it, because it is a space frame structure. So they have to be interlocked. So if you follow everything about this formula, then you make this like. Also, if I want to add about that, this also this form also provides shades, and it is following the sun's directly rays. So the form always follows function.
Okay, fair. And I'm also curious about the form of the experience station. The three pods. Why? I think one is quite circular. Some has more organic form. Where does that come from?
Actually, all of them has the same main module system. The village is geometric form and combined with narrow corridors, forcing visitors into a crawling action. Inside is different, all of them. But all the form is, like I said, villages and corridors.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a couple of questions regarding your design. The 101 and 102, those two slides, I can see someone crawling through.
Yeah.
Is this designed this way, in this compact form, to mimic the culture?
Yeah, directly from here. Directly from the Obruk's producers crawling into them. So these visitors also crawling their living units. So this is an experience.
Like an immersive experience?
Yes, it's an experience.
That's amazing. The other thing is the hexagonal openings in the cave. You said that it closes and opens based on the humidity. How does that work? Could you please explain
Of course. If there's a story, I was in a library and I was looking for the sustainable things. And this was a project that's used in Germany. It is a real thing. The plywood gives a reaction to the humidity. So these panels are created for this action, and we created this material reaction, and like I said, mix it with the hexagonal form and the space frame. So we created this. It is like the plywood's original reaction to the humidity.
Also, what was the reason for you to use plywood instead of it was another material?
Cypress wood.
Cypress. What was the reason behind that?
We talked with the original producers, and they said because of the economic and the capacity issues, they changed it in this, if I do remember correctly, in the last 60 years. Normally, they were using juniper wood. This cypress wood is mainly because of the economic issues, which is causing unwanted white mold. It is dropping the quality.
Thank you so much. I like the fact that you have created the same experience that the workers go through in the cave above the ground without touching the cave and without destroying it. So, but I would have loved to see a bit of the cave texture and finishes in the interior. That would have been really nice. Maybe that's something you could explore further. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Well done.
All right.
Thank you so much. There was just one slide, really fantastic. Again, like everybody today, very good presentation. There was just one slide with the sleeping pods. I don't know how far back that is. There were 3 people sleeping and resting.
The bedside lamp.
Yes, the beds. So your concept is this is for the workers, right? Not for tourists, or it's not an Airbnb. It's really for the cheese producers, right? Okay, yeah.
Actually, the living module is for the visitors from around the world, but the inside of the Obruk is for the producers to center the human.
I see. So this is for
visitors.
Visitors.
Yeah.
Okay. No, it's just a pity. I mean, as you become a professional, it's just attention to detail. If you really thought it through that like this, why would your cushions not follow the shape of your of the platform? There. Just as an interior designer, after a while your eye picks up the attention to detail. And I was just thinking, wow, she thought of everything. Why did she not think of making her bed cushions, the mattress, fit the form of the platform?
The rounded form, so it's a bit rounded.
So it's just that that's sometimes God is in the details. Yeah, so that's just what I picked up. I mean, it's just you see this and then you go, oh, okay.
Maybe,
but that's so minor. It's just that I just thought I'd point it out. But congratulations overall.
Thank you. I can give an answer for this because because we were in a group project. Actually, I want to refer to her. I came here just by myself, but we did this together.
Is that why you keep on saying we?
Yeah.
That's nice of you to acknowledge her.
We actually thought about this, like everything about this window form and everything. Because these visitors are actually experienced, like they want an experience. So they throw the mats. This is not a thing that we did it. They throw a mat. They throw their bags and clothes. So this is something came from them. We are creating an interior. They are creating the life inside.
So that's intentional. Okay, as you say. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Inji. Thank you. Hold on. We just want to switch it back to the presenter mode. Okay. Oh, more goodies for the judges. More goodies. No, they're switching.
This one?
All right, so we will have our last presenter of the day, Jackie Jiang, with his project Echoes of Swan Paper. Take it away.
สวัสดีครับ I'm Jackie from China. It's not very useful. As a designer, we often use paper to draw sketch and drawings. The machine-made paper make our daily more convenient. This is handmade xuan paper. Chinese is xuanzhi. It is an important material for calligraphy and paintings, but now xuanzhi is gradually forgotten by everyone because its impact from the industrial and simply the lack of the influence it plays in our life. This is Wuxi village, located in eastern China. It is an important birthplace of Chinese xuanzhi, dating back to the Tang Dynasty with about 1,000 years of heritage. The craftsmen in Wuxi village stick to the traditional steps of making xuanzhi. Day after day, they boast the quality and spirit of xuan paper. This is Wu Tianming, a xuanzhi craftsman from Wuxi village. He is 58 years old and has been doing this craft for 40 years when he was only 18 years old. Making xuanzhi is the main way for Wu Tianming's family to earn a living, and he learned the craft from his father and has become highly skilled. His hand had changed shape from being in water. The work is very, very hard, but he is very proud and joy because this is the culture and skill passed down from his ancestors. 1990s were the best time for Chinese xuanzhi. As calligraphy and paintings become more popular, the need of xuanzhi increased. And handmade xuanzhi is unique and durable. Wuxi village produce about 10,000 pieces of xuanzhi each day at a time. And this makes the local villagers even more determined to the craft. But however, starting from 2010, mechanized paper became widespread with low cost and high output. Large factories demonstrate the xuanzhi market. So handmade xuanzhi was gradually replaced because it takes so long to make and being forgotten by everyone. So this shift left the half of the 20 workshops in Wuxi village closed down in just 1 year. The craftsmen lose their job and force up to live up their livelihoods. Face the double crisis of lose the craft and unemployment, Wu Tianming, like other craftsmen, chose to give up his handicraft and walk away from home to merely to earn a living. As a result, his child has become a left-behind child, and the traditional paper-making craft was threatened with being completely lost. This is Wu Tianming's workshop, which has been closed down for many years. In the past, the workshop is surviving, but now it's in great ruins. As a designer, when I come here, I was wondering if we could bring in new life, revive the craft, and improve the life of villagers and raise awareness of it. Fortunately, recent years, the government has paid increasing attention of this craft, which is in danger. And in 2025, a Xuan History Museum was built in Wuxi village and attract many tourists come here every year. So I think this is an opportunity to revitalize the craft. This is a museum, a more macroscopic and more narrative space, but museums are often cold and distant. Next to the museum is Wu Tianming's workshop. I think it is a more local and macroscopic space. The approach is more experience-centric and engaging narrative space to display the most authentic production techniques and cultural heritage. The craftsman gathers the villagers and craftsmen inheriting the craft to set up a craft cooperative, improving the production conditions, efficiency, qualities, and their income. And also, tourists and villagers can also participate and experience the craft here and let more people know about the cultural legacies. So, craftsmen and villagers bring the tourist experience and heritage, while tourists bring the village economic benefits from a mutually beneficial circle. And to let the main-grade craftsmen return home, uphold the crafts, will raise awareness of it to make the xuanzhi alive and better. So the hardware facilities in the factories are very old and cannot meet the quality standard. Since the hardware is insufficient, I look for other software to solve the problem. I think the best software is the millennium-old traditional paper-making craft because it can continuously inject vitality into the workshop. So I think about how to turn it into a spatial language. The craft is about 7 steps: soaking, steaming, pounding, beating, scoping, lifting, and drying. With the different function I present 2 ways in my design. Translate the paper drying process into a spatial framework to visualize the craft, and create the production scenes for other 6 processes to show the authentic techniques. So let's talk about the paper drying process. This is a paper drying board, the smallest unit component for paper drying process. Craftsmen usually arrange them in rows by natural air drying, on the mountainside, in the yard, or under the eaves. And I think this is a temporary area for the village and also has spatial attributes. It is an emotional link to the Wuxi village. So I think how to turn it into architecture itself, it can amplify the craft for more people to see and ensure real daily production. So based on a single drying board, orderly realignment and relates to a transformation of function and form, and also obey the angle, shape, and drainage to the old craft. So the new space provides more convenient drying space for the villagers and bring interesting experience for the tourists, make the craft visible. And you can see your small model. With drainage, the paper drying board can be lifted up and down by the traction ropes and pulleys, more convenient. And the boards, when drying over, the board can float up via sliding spout components, bring the indoors and out. When open, the side panels transfer to the seat for tourists and villagers to have rest here. And the inner space provides more possibility to show the craft. So the new defined space serves 2 purposes. 1, the production needs, and 2, the need of satisfying the curiosity of the visitors, make the craft visible. And it can also to invite the tourists come here to participate in the craft, make it a tactile, interactive experience. So the wall workshop just like a living room of the village. And the structure on both sides is paper drying process. The other process to create the production area, achieving a real production scenes in the center. So in the past, the old workshop facilities are very old and cannot meet the Xuanzhi quality standards. So on one hand, it meets production needs and provides a better workplace for the village. On the other hand, it will show the tourists the local craft and cultural heritage. So it is obey the production order step by step to improve the efficiency compared to the old workshop. Oh, this video. Oh, it's okay. I'm worried about it. The production line runs parallel to the visiting line, and it will let people to see how the traditional material from the raw material to a pieces of Xuanzhi, to witness how traditional craft lets the plans step by step to a pieces of paper. So let's look at the model. The central production area just like a stage to show the local craft and rural life. And the structure on both sides serves as a spectator seat, like watching a football race or watching a drama, that people engaged and wanted to feel more. Yeah, you will be immersed in the different sounds of the production and make it a not-to-miss experience. In NIPSEA, no words can explain how pro to the craft leave the unique scenes and sounds for every individual who visits the workshop. Yeah. The workshop just like a glue close the distance between the villagers, craftsmen, and the whole village, make the craft real and alive. Let's step into the functions. The workshop shows the authentic papermaking craft, and the inner space generate income for the villagers and bring interesting experience for the tourists. Ultimately, dried paper can be sold directly here to increase the villagers' income. And the next feature is raw material process, yeah, and let people to know about the origin of the craft. People can also participate to make their own handmade Xuanzhi. And the craftsmen produce the Xuanzhi in the center. Children experience making it nearby, create virtual interaction. Many elderly people in the village use the visit Xuanzhi to do some handicraft to earn the living, such as the fines, umbrellas, and something else. During the non-production hour, the central production area can transfer to a village market. It's very versatile and invites the tourists, the villagers come here to sell their handicraft to increase their pocket money. And meanwhile, the handicraft demonstrate on site lets the villagers see the more possibilities of the Xuanzhi. So the second floor is the rest area. The local craftsmen and villagers can chat together here, have a cup of tea, and see the whole process of the craft. Let's talk about the sustainability. Multiple groups of replaceable wooden framework. And this is made from the green winkle string. It is the raw material of Xuanzhi. And the life cycle is about 2 to 3 years. After being eliminated, it can be used as the raw material to make Xuanzhi again, in a circle of reuse and renewal. And you can have a try in this simple. Wuxi village produce different types of the paper, and each has the different texture. And the light, you will see the difference. And it produced the varied spatial effects during drying, and the transparency will change from white to dry. So it endorses a varied spatial form, forming a spontaneous spatial construction. Yeah. And the light and image produced on it to show the local craft history and craft to life. For thousands of years, the relationship of the Xuanzhi has provided a symbiotic of the humanity from the local. So these plants are very important from the workshop. It is as a landscape to the space. And these plants are like the guardian into the local. So it's participating of the Xuanzhi from zero to the significance in people. So as a designer, I'm all for machine paper production and the urban development, but I want to hope everyone can find a way of the 宣纸 to live better and take roots. So I want to use this methodology to let more people connect with the local craft and that more and more people know about the merit of 宣纸, online and offline. And let it be well received nowadays. So I want to aim to provide the investment and rural tourism and more possibilities to the craft, to boost the local economy, to let the villagers and craftsmen benefit directly. So let the main grade craftsmen return to their home to continue the craft. So nowadays, Xuan paper has more possibilities, not only focus on the calligraphy and painting, such as the artist and something else. So I hope Wu Tianming's family will live a happier life and inherit the craft for the younger generation. Let the villagers live a better life, happiness and pride. So to find a mutually beneficial circle between the society and the village to make the craft and local heritage better, both the local income. And now, there are many crafts are being forgotten around the world. These crafts are the most important source of income for the locals. So to find a local anchor to solve the problem and increase the headmates index. This is my vision of Echoes of 宣纸. I hope in the future, where 宣纸 lives as a part of economy, heritage, and life.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay, 5 minutes, yes.
Oh, I will let my friends help me to translate.
Ah, great. Wow.
He's from architecture.
Wow, love that. Wow, that's good. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah.
I'm really amazed by your work.
Well, thank you so much.
You should be really proud of your project. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to give you some feedback. I really like how you've thought through the journey, the users, the materiality, and the way you have presented this with all the different techniques. It's very easy to follow.
Yeah.
For someone, I haven't heard of this before, to be honest, but I've learned something new today, and I'm really grateful for that. And I think I would think about this for the years to come, and I would love to see this project happen in real life, because it looks like it's something you would be able to do right now, because you have all the techniques and everything already there with the models, and yeah.
It's my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I'm very impressed with your project, especially how you consider the flow of the work as well as the flow of the visitors and how they can learn from that flow. I have a question though. Your structure with the actual paper inspired by the original drying process, is that an architectural element, or is it actually you would dry the actual Xuan paper there?
This structure is made from wood. The wind-coated tree.
Yeah, but the white part, the paper part, is that like an architectural canvas, or is it the real drying paper?
这个纸是真正的会被用上，会被真正的进行一个晾晒的工艺在纸上面体现。它既满足了工艺，又满足了结构，又满足了形式。
He said that the paper that he actually used in the design is not only for architectural purposes or decorative, it's actually in production. So it's after the thing it's dried, you can use it.
So my question is, when you show the image of the traditional way to dry, it's out in the open sun, but it seems like yours have a structure over, and I'm wondering if there is shading, if that would obstruct the drying, or if there's no shading, if it rains, what will you do? Yeah.
你话筒。 你直接拿话筒说，你直接说就行。呀。
他说的是这个屋顶它是有这个遮挡的作用的，就是说比如说下雨啊什么的，你怎么去应对
？OK。它的上面是有一层这个钢板进行遮挡的，中间是有一些玻璃的窗户，然后上面会有一些通风的风扇，然后对它进行自然风干，上面是有一些遮挡物的，这个是完全能够保证这个不被下雨。这上面这个还没有做，因为上面这个原来的这个图上是有上面的结构的，对。
So with the existing structure, he actually had a layer of glass on top to make it sheltered, so shelter from rain, obviously, and then with this mechanical fan, it sort of lets it dry naturally. So that's what he thought about it.
I think it's a really cool idea, but all these mechanism, is it a lot of investment for drying paper? You know, it's a cool idea, but I'm just wondering the balance between all these structures and movement you've thought of for drying paper. And just a question, how long does it take to dry?
How long? It's about, when the raining, it's about 3 days to dry. And the sun is only about 1 day. So it can be replaceable.
So they would need to take this up and down every day?
Yeah, up and down every day, and tourists can participate on it.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a very interesting circle, yeah.
Interesting, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Actually, I think at the very beginning, I'm very drawn to your storytelling about the history, about the person.
Yeah.
It gives a very strong personal touch. And, you know, if I'm not mistaken, your project is actually at the abandoned factory, right?
Yeah, abandoned factory.
So you actually repurposed the abandoned factory.
Yes, because before it's no people on it, because this is instead of the machine paper production. But now this is a museum on here, attract many tourists come here. So I want to use it, let more people to know, let more people to see and continue the production. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, that gives a next level of purpose to that project, and I think it's amazing. I have a few questions.
Yeah.
Number one, actually, there's a lot of, you can choose a lot of other method or, you know, other subject for this project.
Yeah.
Why do you choose Xuanzi for this project, and how does this relate to you personally?
Because when I am young, we often used to draw painting and write calligraphy. But with the techniques, production, just like iPhone, iPad become more popular, we don't need paper, we don't need to write down. So 我们当时课题就悄然去做这个场地，因为我们的老师想让我们关注这些工艺文化，正好宣纸是我们这一代00后的共同记忆，所以说我就能引发我的共鸣，想把它传递下来。啊，对。
During this project, it was a studio project, obviously, and then when they went to the site, and Xuanzi was already there, and for them, it was a common memory among them. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
So they chose the subject.
Yeah. Okay. So my next question is, because what you're trying to do here is actually to repurpose, you know, the existing building, giving a new life to the existing building, and then you would like to create awareness about all this technique and preservation of all this heritage. And if this project has happened, so what is next? After you have created, you know, such awareness, you know, and you help on their finance, you know, the livelihood. And why do you want to do all this besides create awareness? What's next?
就是说，如果这个东西真的能实现，然后它的下一步是什么？然后你想就是提倡的是什么？是它的下一步？
我认为它的下一步应该是不仅仅是局限于我们室内设计师，而是更多人，包括社会和共同的人去一起去关注这个事情，才能继承我们的这个工艺遗产。我们设计师只是在这个循环中的一部分，因为现在在不管在国内还是世界来好，越来越开始关注这些传统文化，所以有人接下来应该让这个东西保留下来，并且以同样的方式去对其他的一些这些遗产去做相应的回馈。因为我们设计师不单单是说要做一个很漂亮的空间，而是要真正关注到本土的文化，本土属于我们自己的内涵，有自己内涵的东西。对 ，a little bit difficult, yeah.
Yeah, I'm Malaysian, so. For the rest. So to put it in a simple way, so he said, as designer, we don't only design like beautiful space. We don't only do spatial interventions. We have to. It is our duty to actually use our design abilities to sort of carry on the crafts, carry on the heritage of certain subjects.
Yeah.
对吗？
我没有下一句。
对吗？
It's over.
It's a bit long for me, so it's a bit hard to,
Yeah.
to sort of understand. Yeah.
Yes, hi. Thank you for your presentation. Are you an architecture student or an interior design student?
Before, I'm an interior design student, but
Yes.
now I'm in master. I'm architecture design. And my studio name is Architecture Interior Design Studio.
Okay.
Mix them.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. And when you say we, you worked on this by yourself. I mean, we is a plural. Can you describe who we is, or can you tell me who is? He did use we, right? Not me. Okay. Yes.
This is by myself.
Yourself. Okay.
In the my school's project.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's yourself. That's very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
All right.
much.
Oh, we're 1 minute
Okay.
away. Oh,
Right, right.
okay.
So your friend did a great job.
Oh, yes,
can
that's
you-
right,
What is your
that's
friend
right.
name?
Jun Yong.
Sorry?
Jun Yong.
Jun
He's
Yong.
our
Jun Yong,
architectural
okay.
finalist as well. So he just
Okay.
finished his.
All right. Thank you for that. Good job.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you
you
so
so
much.
much. And I'm the ending. Have a nice day of the dinner.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay,
Basil.
so that's done. To our YouTube audience, tomorrow is our award ceremony at 9 a.m. Bangkok time. So before we all
Oh,
say
so
goodbye,
what
can you all turn to the YouTube camera because they don't get a lot of love. So just say bye. Bye,
Teacher will-
YouTube.
Can I
Well,
drink
there, in the middle. Bye, YouTube. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay. All right. So a little bit of announcement. So we have dinner tonight. Sorry, everyone. Let's